Thank you. Welcome into the Rant, everybody. I'm Pugs Moran, live from the Kelly Moore Memorial Studios on the beautiful south side of Chicago, formerly of the Design. You hear that? Thank you. Welcome into the Rant, everybody. I'm Pugs Moran, live from the Kelly Moore Memorial Studios on the beautiful south. All right, it only took us, like 30 seconds to have our first error here. Come on, come all, everybody. I see you in the chat room. We've got a lively chat room. We've got a lot of stuff we're going to get into today. We've got, well, if you saw the title of the show, which I can't see right now, so I don't even know what this is called at the moment. We're going to get into a whole bunch of stuff. You know, Bill and Hillary, they're testifying. Hillary's there right now. We'll talk about it. But there's not a lot to talk about. And, that in and of itself will fuel my rant for that. We're also going to talk about, let's see, what else do we have? We're going to get into some political messaging. We're going to talk a little bit about the messaging that we're hearing from the opposition, which is what I like to call them, because the right is so good at branding. You can't say liberal or left or progressive or any of that. We're the opposition. That's who we are. Anybody who looks at this MAGA thing and goes, nope, that's who we are. We're the opposition. We're not all Democrats. I've never been a Democrat. I've always been kind of an independent who went back and forth. I was a normal person. But once I saw the rise of the lunacy, I was a bit, taken aback. And now I am firmly a member of the opposition to whatever the fuck this is that's going on. So come on, come on, and support the opposition voices. Daily Talk since 2021. Been doing this every day at noon since 2021. The voice of a normal person. Normal. I have no agenda other than, can we all just be cool? Can we all just, we got a pretty fucking great thing going here. This country is badass. Have you ever seen some of the countries in Africa or Eastern Europe, or hell, you just go south of the border. You see the shit. We got a pretty good thing here. Why are we fucking it up? That's my entire political philosophy. Plenty of cool people in this world. There are plenty of cool people in this world who are probably MAGA people, and I've probably been friends with them my whole life, and now suddenly they support this lunacy, and I don't know. I'm like, what's going on here? We can be friends again. We can all come back together and be one big force. By the way, we're going to listen to some messaging, as I said. We're going to listen to some messaging that kind of amplifies that point. A point, if you've been listening to this show every day since 2021 at noon, you know that that's been my thing from the whole beginning, man. We got to stop with hating the guy who lives across the street and start asking ourselves, why do I suddenly hate the guy who lives across the street? Your grandma and grandpa didn't hate the guy who lived across the street. They didn't know how he voted. They didn't care how he voted. We used to live in a time where we could be normal with each other, and that's what this show is trying to do. Show us that we can all be normal. This chat room itself, it's got MAGA, it's got libtards, it's got people in the middle. What I'd like to see is more normal people. So I found some messaging that I think is just absolutely brilliant. We're going to share that with you. Some messaging as we head towards the midterms. The ads, the ads are out there. We're going to play some ads today too. I found some really interesting ads. So we'll talk about that. We're going to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yo, it's my favorite day of the year. I love this show. What the hell's going on? Oh. Hey, he's doing the thing again. Hey, all right, that's going to get rid of the translucent and then it's going to come back tomorrow. I really wish Ed didn't have to waste his time doing this. He's incredibly busy, but we do appreciate it. So everybody say thank you to Ed in the chat room, please, if you would. He's doing what you want done. Oh, I like it. I like it smaller like that. I just don't like the giant black thing. Well, I mean, it completely covers my set. And then sometimes I got to make sure that I'm framed right, like if I show a video, isn't it the problem here when I show a video, now suddenly I'm completely gone because I'm behind the black? I don't even know if Ed's listening, but that's kind of the problem that I've had when I share a video and I want to be on screen with the video, I disappear behind the black. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is about optimism for me today. I have got to be optimistic today. I've got to be in a better mood. I woke up in a shitty mood. I got into a fight with my mom. This morning. I almost made her cry. I think I did make her cry. Ugh. My mom's sick. And we're all at our wits' end. And, You know what the fight was about? All right, I'll tell you what the fight was about. The fight was about because I'm an emotional moron when it comes to my mother. It is so funny. I am completely different with my mother than I am with everybody else in the world. And I think that's because whenever I'm in the presence of my mother, whenever I'm in the presence of my mother, I am suddenly an infant again who can't do anything right. And I'm constantly on the defense. You know, like every question from your mother, you may, as the child, internalize it as a criticism, or you may have some guilt over the answer that you give. So now you're raising your voice. Anyway, that's what happened. I made my mom feel bad. She's sick. She feels bad. I'm telling you, the mom guilt, you know, it's something that they use their whole life just to get you to do what they want. Mom guilt, it's very powerful. But when it's not a manipulation of mom guilt, when it's legitimately, I feel guilty about being mean to my mom this morning. Oh, Jesus. So that's how the day started out. Here's what the fight was about. So I'm staying with my mom and her husband, my stepdad. You're not my real dad. I just always like to say that after the word stepdad. You know, I'm the guy. I'm going to make Ed laugh. If Ed is in the chat room right now, he's going to laugh. I'm the guy that knows the computer stuff in the house. Which, you know, basically knowing the computer stuff in the house means I know how the cable in the smart TVs work and all that stuff. So that's kind of my job. I keep everything up and running, and you know, mom and her husband, very big on TV, as I am. You know, they like their downtime. They like their man cave. So the TV, I come home from the show the other day, and the TV in the man cave is out. It's a big, like, you know, whatever, big flat screen in the man cave. It's out. The picture isn't working. And I'm like, fuck, because we got to fix this. Because when people aren't feeling well and they're recuperating, you need to have your creature comforts, and you need to be able to. So I immediately went, okay, well, this TV, I tried to fix it. Wasn't going to fix it. It was the screen. The screen's out. It happens. Turns out it's like a 10-year-old flat screen. So, you know, whatever, time for a new one anyway. So I'm like, look, we'll just get a new TV right now. There's a Walmart literally around the corner. Let me pull it up. They got an amazing deal on a beautiful 55-inch flat screen that'll fit perfectly right where we want it to be. And it's like insanely cheap. Flat screens are insanely cheap because they're disposable. They're Bic lighters, right? You're supposed to throw them out every couple of years and get whatever the new GB HD 5.0 or whatever, you know, they constantly making new shit. So you got to throw it out. So they're pretty cheap. And I ended up getting just like, you know, from Walmart, I think it was a Vizio smart TV, 55-inch. I got it for like $170. I mean, you can't say no to that. And it's, you know, it's a Vizio. All the other TVs are, well, we've got a Samsung in there too. And but you know, Vizio TVs, they're pretty much the Toyota Corolla of smart TVs. Insignia, Vizio, you know, they're the ones that normal people can afford and buy 5 of if they have 5 rooms that need TVs. Instead of rich people who spend 30 grand on one TV. Why? So I run to Walmart, I get the TV, I bring it back, and you know, I'm feeling really good about myself because I'm a problem solver at this point, right? This is 2 days ago. I'm a problem solver. The TV's out. I'm going to get on this. I got mom. She's not feeling well. I got you know, don't like give people's personal business out, but her husband recently had knee surgery, so he's a little bit he's on the mend. I would say that he's what would we say? He ain't playing Sunday. Let's say that he ain't playing Sunday. We know that it's Thursday. He ain't playing Sunday, so that's the extent to his injury. So I'm doing all this. I want him to be happy. You know, people I'm staying in their house. You know, I'm like, I want him to be happy. I don't want to be any kind of imposition whatsoever at this point. So I run to get the TV. I spend like 2 hours, 3 hours installing the TV. And, you know, anybody who knows anything about smart TVs knows this is not hard. It's not hard, but it is frustrating and it is tedious, especially when they ask you to do things like, now download the app. And I'm like, download the fucking app. Why do I need to download the app on my phone just to get the fucking cable hooked up to the smart? So I do it. I download the app, and now suddenly I'm in the system. Anyway, the TV got working. Everything's great. It's a beautiful TV. Everything works fine. But a couple of days later, there was a problem with the YouTube app the application on this TV, when you go and you hit the YouTube app, it wasn't opening. It just wasn't working. And all the other apps work fine. So it's not the TV, all the other. So, process of elimination, you're like a fucking YouTube or whoever designed this app for this particular TV, whatever, fuck it. So my thing is, when something like that happens, you just reboot everything. Just reboot everything. And so I reboot everything. It was a long process. Anyway, my end result on the YouTube not working last night on that TV was, and just wait till tomorrow, right? I mean, that's really pretty much with apps and computers. That's what happens all the time. Hey, it didn't work yesterday when I needed it, but it works fine now. So they must have fixed it. So that was the case. This morning, we went and checked the YouTube because remember, we abandoned trying to watch YouTube in the man cave yesterday. So we go and we try the YouTube, and just before I go to hit the YouTube, I hear my mom say, "I think he bought a bum TV," from the other room. Oh, and this is where I say I am an emotional infant when it comes to my mother. My mother is sick. She's frustrated. She's dealing with shit that, Oh, I'm a little inconvenienced because I can't figure out how the computer and the TV aren't matching up. Oh, I'm convenient. She's inconvenienced, not me. And I'm like, I hear her go, "I think you got a bum TV." I took that personally because this is the only person, and I think you have this as well with your parents. This is the only person in the world that could say that I would take it personally because it's the only person in the world who I actually fucking cared that I did everything right on this TV. I wanted it to be perfect. I bought the TV. I talked to people. I looked at the fucking review. I did all that. And then this morning, while I'm at the height of my frustration, right, and I'm trying to see if the YouTube will work now, I hear from the other room, "I think you bought a bum TV." Nobody can level you like your mother can. Anybody else in the world says something like that to me, and I'm like, fuck off, But my mom saying it, I took it as a failure. I took it as another failure. Oh, geez, she thinks I fucking failed. She thinks I bought her a bad TV. So I snapped at her. I'm like, "I didn't buy a bum TV." I'm screaming from the other room, in a house, different rooms. I made her cry. And I felt like such an asshole. I just felt like such an asshole. I had to give her a hug and a kiss and apologize and say, "I'm sorry. It's just, our relationship. It's weird like this. And you're my mom. I yell at you in ways that I don't yell at other people. What happened to the chat? Why can't I see it?" There we go. Okay. So that's how my morning started. My mom is a goddamn queen of a woman, and I can't fucking maintain my emotional cool. She's still able to trigger me, even in these moments. Oh, Jesus. So that's how it started. I don't know how we got into that. We were talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We're going to talk about Britney Spears. She's going nuts. We got Maddie in New Orleans. She's going to come on. She's got breaking news concerning Shia Lebeouf, who we've been tracking. The actor Shia Lebeouf has been out there doing some crazy things. Maddie's down there in New Orleans. She's got the latest boots on the ground report on the situation with Shia Lebeouf, because there is movement on that story. She'll have it for us. What else do we have? Oh, yeah. Wired Magazine. I found this really cool. One of the things that I do here every day on the show is that I sometimes try to point out, I share things that I found on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, wherever I find it. I share things that are obvious manipulations, lies, partisan hacks. They almost always start with a false contention, something like, "We all know all Democrats are evil," and then it's just bullshit under that. You're like, well, that's a false contention because not all Democrats are evil. Many are incompetent, not just evil. Yes. So Wired Magazine put on a list of some of the most popular MAGA accounts on Twitter and on Facebook, on X, whatever you want to call it, Instagram. Wired put out a list, and they chased down all these accounts. And we've got a full list of the foreign bots who are posing as MAGA this and MAGA that. Yeah, it's all a manipulation. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to go through these lists, and we're going to talk a little bit about what are they trying to accomplish? What is the fake bot account that is pretending to be a black guy in Nebraska who loves Trump? what that's actually coming from, like, you know, some bot farm in Chechnya, and Wired's got the receipts on this. What is the point? What are they trying to do? So we're going to talk a little bit about that. There is a plan, and we need to stop falling victim to it. I mean, look, your crazy aunt is gone. Your crazy aunt, she's one of the 15% on the right. She's going to quote these fucking foreign influencers who are, you know, dead set on causing chaos and disruption here in America among the citizenry. Your aunt is still going to quote them. She's not going to believe anything. We've got an example of that too. We're going to watch some video of people that just, when they're confronted with absolute hardcore facts, will not accept them because it's not what they want to believe. So we're going to do all of that too. We've got a whole bunch to get into today. Say hi to the chat room. Who is first in? The first person into the chat room is our defending champion. I think it's Taranda. Taranda, always the first person in the chat room. That's right. Come in the chat room now. Say hi. Let me give everybody credit. We're going to do our romper room moment. I see Barney. I see Peter. I see Jen. I see Ape. I see... Well, hold on. I always got to go. I need a bigger... What I need is a bigger monitor, and I will get that once I'm just a little bit more successful. What's going on in the chat room here? Is there an argument? Did it again. Don't know why I do this, but I do it every day. I'm a big fat stupid finger. There we go. I don't even know that I'm fixing it right. All right, never mind. Let's forget about the chat room. No, we'll never forget about the chat room. I can't see it. Maddie's here. We're going to talk to her in a little bit. Ed, the Radio Misfits. Ed just fixed our screen. Ed says Vizio is the best bang for the buck. Have been for a decade, even the D-Series. I don't know D-Series. I don't know this. I don't know that. But I agree with you, Ed. And thank you, because you are somebody that I trust in these things. Ed knows all about these things. And Vizio is. I've never had a problem with Vizios. I've always had Vizios. They're the ones you buy at Target for $200. And they work great. You put them in your kitchen. I don't know. I think if you're like one of these fancy rich people and you've got yourself a media room, you'll probably go out and you'll buy a Sony or a Samsung, or I don't even know what the good, what did I used to like? It was an L. I used to like these TVs that had L's. There was L something. I don't know. L, like Logic. I don't know what it was. Anyway, I liked it. Anyway. All right. Thank you, Ed. Ed's in the chat room. Who else is in the chat room? Let's see. Let's keep going. Chuckles is here. Haven't seen Chuckles in a while. I see Chuckles. Chuckles here in the chat room. All right. If you're in the chat room, you haven't posted up, do that now. And I'll try and throw you a shout out. Here, you know what we'll do? We'll do this because I'll talk about this for a minute here. Why not? I wanted to mention this. This kind of blew my mind last night. Let me show you this person. Hold on. Yeah, sometimes I make noises. All right, yeah, here we go. So I told you guys that I discovered The Pit on HBO. HBO Max, just HBO Max. I don't know what it's called now. They changed their name so much. So confused. I think it's HBO Max now, officially. The Pit, which is, it's so funny. It's so funny. I mean, Ed from Radio Misfits and I had a conversation recently. I don't know if it was on a phone or tweets, but we were talking about the remaking of things, how we're just remaking shit. Like they're remaking what I think there's something from the 60s or the 70s or maybe the 80s even that's being remade. And Ed was against it, not against it, but, like, oh, great, they got no new ideas, which is a sentiment that I completely agree with. I mean, like, I would much rather see something original and new than something rehashed. But for the purposes of just mindless entertainment, as somebody who grows up with one version of something, I can see why you might want to go to a movie and see a new version of something, if for no other reason than to just go, that sucked. That Beverly Hillbillies sucked. Maybe that Beverly Hillbillies remake a few years back did suck, but I'll tell you this: they got the Ellie Mae right. The Ellie Mae in the Beverly Hillbillies movie is infinitely hotter than Donna Douglas, the real Ellie Mae. But forget about that. So I started watching The Pit on HBO Max, and it's very much like ER. It is ER. I'm sorry, but the pit is very good. I resisted for a long time. I was like, everybody says it's good. I don't like hospital shows. I'm not big on blood and guts. But then the concept of the pit was interesting to me, which was that every season is one day at work. So every episode of a 15 episode season is an hour of a 15-hour shift at the hospital. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So that was the hook that got me. It's fucking ER, man. I mean, it is just ER. They're just not calling it a reboot of ER. They moved it to Pittsburgh from Chicago. ER was at Cook County Hospital in Chicago. They moved this one to Pittsburgh. They've got, Noah Wiley is the star of it. He's playing another doctor, very similar to the Dr. Robbie. We like Dr. Robbie. Very similar to the young intern doctor that we met on ER. You can look at it that way. You can look at Dr. Robbie and go, I remember when he interned in Chicago under Dr. George Clooney. You can look at it that way, and that's maybe fun. But it's also the same producers and the same people. I don't know if it's the same writers, but it's the same showrunners and the same producers. And here's the other thing that I find very funny about it. The Pit posts new episodes every Thursday at 9 p.m. on HBO Max. It's exactly the same as ER. They post new episodes at the same time. So it's ER. It's ER. It might be better than ER. I don't know. Recency bias and all. I really like this. I really liked ER too, though. I mean, I do remember the first couple of episodes of ER. The first couple of episodes of now ER got stupid because it went on for like 30 years and it just like lost its luster. But the first couple of episodes of ER are some of the best TV I ever saw. And I would make an argument that those first couple of episodes of ER may in fact might be ground zero for this resurgence, the golden age of TV that we would see come later in the 90s. It was certainly the best thing that I had ever seen on network television when ER debuted. The first couple of episodes absolutely blew me away. Now, having said that, I've finally become a big fan of the Pit, and I'm all caught up. And now I'm sitting here on Thursday night. I watched the final episode. I'm all caught up last night. I think it was episode 6 of season 2. I knocked off last night. All right, so tonight at 9:00, I get to watch, and the Pit is so good. You know my rules on TV. I do not like appointment viewing. I do not like being held hostage for a week to be able to watch the next episode of my favorite show. I would very much prefer all of these shows to be posted, and then I can binge and keep going. Like if I get to the end of an episode and I would like to watch more, and they're like, stay tuned for next week. I'm like, what is it, 1985? Jesus Christ, can't we just binge everything? But no, they're trying to do the ER thing and appointment audiences. With an appointment audience, you can always make more money. If you can sell a specific time, that shit's going to pop off. That's makes it easier for sales. So I understand why they're doing it. But here I sit waiting for tonight's episode of The Pit. Now, what I want to mention about The Pit is one thing that just jumped out at me. Of course, I don't know, anybody in the chat room watch The Pit? Anybody? Who's your favorite character? I'd like to know who your favorite character in The Pit is, because it is so rich with really unique and I would say non-traditional characters. Like the characters, I'll give you an example. I love Catherine Lanassa, but I've always liked Catherine Lanassa. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I watched it. I'm like, oh, she's in this too. Catherine Lanassa plays the charge nurse. She plays the main nurse. She got punched out in season 1. She got attacked. She's a baller. She's a fabulous actress. Broadway, and not only that, but small things where she's really popped. So I've noticed Catherine Lanassa over the years. She's also, when she was younger, pretty cute. Still cute, a little bit older, and she's a grizzled nurse in an ER now, so she's not playing it for sexy. But, anyway, she's fantastic. She is like an A-list talent level actress, and she's killing it. She's very much, actually, this is what I thought. When I first started watching her, I said to myself, this is amazing. This is Catherine Lanassa's Edie Falco moment. This is Catherine Lanassa being able to show that just given the right opportunity that she's every bit as good as any of the greatest television actresses ever. So I love her. What happened? Did we lose we lost the chat for a minute, didn't we? Boom. All right, there we go. Now we're back. Jen says, hold on. So we got no favorite characters. There it is. Oh, there we go. Adam is, I'm sorry. There's something wrong with my chat right now. I'm like totally, hold on. All right, that one works. All right, there you go. Peter says Kim, the lovely Kim, she likes the pit. But he already said that. Here, what is this one? This is Jennifer. She says all the characters are good in their own way. Yeah, they're all really unique. Like there's no, honestly, the most familiar character in the whole show is Noah Wiley, Dr. Robbie, because I'm like, yeah, that's basically just Dr. John Carter. Wasn't that his name from ER, John Carter? That's basically just Dr. John Carter. He's just grown up. He's grizzled. He sees some things. He's not a wide-eyed, Let's see here. Adam, who does Adam? Adam says that he thinks he likes that's Catherine Lanassa. I think I like the charge nurse the most. Yeah, that's Catherine Lanassa. She's terrific. She go delve in. Just look at her. She's not famous, but she's been in a lot of really good things where she pops. Where you're like, oh my God, that woman's kind of a good actress. I kind of like her. And she's been that for 30 years. So it's nice to see her finally get something where people are like, that chick can act. Let's see here. Dr. McKay, or Dr. McKay, aka Dr. Sidebanks. Who's Dr. McKay? I know there's a Dr. McKay. Like, which character is Dr. This is an indication to me that Dr. McKay doesn't really pop for me, I guess. I don't know who Dr. McKay is. Who plays Dr. McKay? Is it a man or a woman? There's so many doctors. There's so many characters. Oh my God. Peter says, thank you for bringing the chat back on screen. Yeah, it was my fault. I did something with my big stupid thumbs. All right, so I did want to mention this because this is the most shocking. This is the most, there we go. This was what blew me away. My favorite character from the very beginning, from episode 1, the character that I said, holy shit, is that a good little actress? So much so that I did a full deep dive on her background, on everything that she did and where she's from and all that. And my mind was blown. You're absolutely right. Adam says, oh, no. Sorry. That's not that one. Bryan Cranston's daughter. Did you know that Walter White from Breaking Bad's daughter is one of the stars? And I'm telling you, she's a breakout. She plays Dr. King, Dr. Mel King. That girl's name is Taylor Durden. Her real name is Taylor Durden Cranston, but I don't think she wants to be one of those front and center Nepo babies. So she's just going with her middle name, which I think is admirable. But holy shit, can that young woman act? And she's not even a young woman. She's like 32 years old, but she's playing like a 22-year-old or whatever. But yeah, man, that's my favorite character. Dr. Mel King, a.k.a. Taylor Durden. Here she is. I'll show her to you. And here's what's so great about her. And I wanted to take a minute here and just kind of throw her some flowers. Hold on. Here we go. She's so good at this role that I actually had to look to see if she was actually neurodivergent in real life, which she isn't. She claims she's got ADHD. Dr. Mel King, this is her right here. This is Bryan Cranston's daughter, okay? She's a young doctor there at the pit. She's a student doctor learning, although I think she is now a doctor in season 2, but whatever. The point is this. She is the primary caretaker for her sister. This is her storyline. She is the primary caretaker for her sister, who is high-level autistic. I don't even know what the proper term is, but, Rain Man level. It's obvious that there's something wrong. Has to be in a special home during the day because she can't be left alone. High-level autistic. Dr. King, her sister, is also obviously on the spectrum. She's obviously neurodivergent, but not to the extent that her sister is. So it's a really interesting sort of, you see sort of what the spectrum is in the depiction of Dr. King taking care of her seriously autistic little sister. But here's the thing about her, Bryan Cranston's daughter. Let's see if we see more pictures of her. There she is right there. She doesn't really look like Bryan Cranston. Who's that? Is that the mom? There she is. Here's my whole point. If you if you like to watch The Pit, just any scene that she's in, even if she's in the background, she is a scene stealer. No matter what the conversation is, if you watch her, if you watch what she's doing, she is, I don't know. It's not to the extent that I think other actors would be like, I fucking hate being in scenes with her. I hate moving the hair, whatever, always drawing attention to her, right? That's a bad scene stealer. This girl acts with her face and with her tics and with her motions in a way that honestly I haven't seen since Winona Ryder. Winona Ryder is the best face actress in Hollywood. I used to say that back in the 90s. If you just freeze framed on Winona Ryder's face, her eyes do all the acting. In this case, Taylor Durden, her whole face, she's incredible. And to learn that she's Bryan Cranston's daughter, somebody who I already love. See what I mean, Ed? It's a little bit weird. See, but I can't do that. So what are you doing? I do like that, Ed. I like what Ed did there. I think that's better. Ed just taught me something. Look at me. We're all afraid to learn. All right, new episode of The Pit tonight. You'll be all caught up if you're chasing it with me. Highly recommend it. It had been highly recommended to me by my son, who I trained up well. I trained my son up well. So when my son says, hey, you need to listen to the song, or hey, you need to see this movie, I trust him because although he's a 16-year-old boy, he's still, I trained him well. He's got good taste. And he's like, Dad, you really got to watch The Pit. And I'm like, you really got to watch ER. He's like, what was that made last century? And I'm like, oh, fuck. All right, let's get into the stuff we need to talk about today. But before we do that, oh no, I got way too many windows open. Give me a second here, folks. And now I seem to have lost I don't need Facebook open. I never need Facebook open. I'm going to start using Facebook more because I think Facebook is a better platform for promoting this show. So I think I'm going to get more. I'm going back to Facebook. Oh, I'm going to be so upset. I left Facebook about 7 years ago for Twitter to really concentrate on Twitter. And I couldn't believe how much better Twitter was than Facebook. I was like, this is so much better. And now Facebook is horrid. And I jump over to Blue Sky, and I like Blue Sky, and I participate on Blue Sky, but I just don't, there's not the content on Blue Sky. There's not enough people. It seems like I read Blue Sky. It seems like I read the whole fucking thing. I'm like, I've already seen this one. Can I get something new? And then I refresh. I'm like, I've seen all these. So I don't know. So I'm going to go back to Facebook. I'm going to start being a little bit more Facebook centric. Follow me there. Pugs Moran on all platforms. Twitter, X, Facebook, Instagram. Pugs Moran, Facebook, what else? Blue Sky, Pugs Moran, all of it. Pugs Moran. Like, follow, do all that stuff. All right. All right, so where are we going to start? Here's where we're going to start. This pisses me off. Actually, let me see what has happened here in the last 43 minutes, because I've been monitoring this. And there's just not a whole lot of news coming out about this. Hold on. And not a whole lot of news coming out about this is exactly how they designed it for us. Come on, give me something new. Give me the most. All right, 55 minutes ago. All right, here you go. All right. Right now, actually, I don't even know if it's right now. It may have wrapped up. I feel so in the dark here. I need to get a TV with some news, some like live streaming news on it so I can see what's happening. So it's the 26th. You know what the 26th and the 27th has been for us? They've been dangling this for 3 weeks. It's the 26th, and there is nary a peep about it. Hillary Clinton is right now sitting in front of Congress talking about all of the Epstein stuff that Congress wants, to. They created this, what do we want to call it? A kangaroo court, if you will, in Congress to show that we're taking the Epstein thing seriously. Of course, these are the people that are facilitating the burying of all of these information. Why? Well, to protect the guy who's sitting in the Oval Office. That's why. So James Comer has created this bullshit kangaroo court where he's going to pretend that he's serious about getting to the bottom of the Epstein files. But in reality, it's just an opportunity for him to drag a bunch of Democrats. Hillary Clinton's not even mentioned in the fucking Epstein files. She's only met Epstein once. Or no, she never met Epstein. She met Ghislaine once. And yet they're going to drag her in front. Why? Because they know they can feed the stupids with new fucking Hillary Clinton shit. Hillary Clinton, remember how much we hate her? All right. And that's just all they need to do. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, they're fucking irrelevant. If Bill Clinton is involved in any way, shape, or form with the Epstein files, I'd like to find out about it through proper channels, not some bullshit congressional nonsense. Now, do you remember when this story first popped that Bill and Hillary Clinton on the 26th and the 27th of February would be appearing in front of James Comer's little committee? It was supposed to be public. Remember, we were going to watch it. Remember, that's what Hillary Clinton wanted. We want it to be public, and then it's not public. It's not, oh, but James Comer promises he's going to release, transcripts or stuff that can be shit we can handle. It'll be heavily redacted, I'm sure. If she says anything even remotely good, like everything, like I imagine Hillary Clinton, you just put her on a hot mic and just say, go. Just what do you think? I want to hear her. I want to hear what she has to say about all of this, because she is definitely not on that side. She is absolutely, and she's irrelevant, and she's probably going to be dead soon. And this is when shit comes out, when people give no more fucks to give. And that's pretty much where Hillary is. So we were promised, or at least the dangling of the promise was, that we were going to see this all. This was all going to be public. We were going to do live streams where, oh my God, look at Hillary. She's answering questions. She's going toe to toe with Jim Jordan or whatever clown show they've assembled for this committee. I don't know. But it's going on right now, and we're not watching it. Here's the latest. Hillary Clinton says she has no new information on Jeffrey Epstein in testimony excoriating Republicans. Wouldn't it have been great for us to be able to see it? Fucking C-SPAN. We've been paying taxpayers. We've been paying for C-SPAN for fucking 50 years. I've never watched it. You've never. We don't watch C-SPAN. Put this on C-SPAN. Boom. Ratings. Huge rating. Imagine if this was on C-SPAN. It's the only thing on C-SPAN today. More people would tune into C-SPAN today to watch Hillary Clinton go toe-to-toe with James Comer and his stupid committee of clowns than have ever tuned into C-SPAN before. But no, because transparency, people. Because transparency. Because MAGA and because Trump and all of these fucking clowns are all about transparency. We can't fucking see this. What if she says something that's really bad for the president? We can't let that get out. And it's Hillary Clinton. Anything that she would have said, you guys would have just gone, well, it's Hillary Clinton. She eats babies. So how can you take anything that she testifies to seriously? Let us see how the sausage is made. That is what we demand. We are tired. We don't trust you people anymore. Any of you. So when you tell me that you're going to have Bill and Hillary Clinton, and for 48 hours, it's all about how the Clintons won't appear unless it's public, and then everybody shuts up about that, and suddenly the 26th comes, and Hillary Clinton is not testifying publicly? Guys, how many times are we going to get bent over? How many times are we going to get teased and manipulated and told that this is going to happen? And then at the last minute, they change course and we don't get what was promised, but it's okay because it's probably within 2 weeks and we've all completely fucking moved on. It's probably why they scheduled Hillary to appear in front of the committee 3 weeks after the announcement was made. We'd all fucking forget about it because we have short attention spans, because we're a broken species. Let's go back to Hillary Clinton. Let's see what she says. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton told the House Oversight Committee on Thursday that she had no new information about Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, criticizing Republicans' handling of their investigation into the late convicted sex offender. Again, we're not talking about, remember the other day I did that big story on Jeffrey Epstein's assistant? The one we all think that like Ghislaine Maxwell was his right-hand gal, but that's not even true. He had an actual assistant who facilitated all of these meetings, is all over these files, but that assistant to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2006 or whatever in Florida was granted immunity. I mean, she was never pulled in front of anybody and asked questions and then granted immunity. No, when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, he went down there and he said, all right, I'll talk, but you got to grant these people immunity. This is the whole basis for Ghislaine Maxwell thinking she should be let out of prison, because Ghislaine Maxwell believes that she was one of those people included in the immunity, except it doesn't seem to have stuck with her, but it sure as shit did stick to Jeffrey Epstein's primary assistant, because I can't even name her. What is her fucking name? Let's get her name out there. We talked about her the other day. Who was Jeffrey Epstein's personal assistant? We got to get this woman's name. Well, let's see. Jeffrey Epstein's friend. No, it's not Ghislaine Maxwell. Holy fuck. AI. Well, you're talking about Ghislaine. No, I'm not. No, I'm not talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. What is her name? Longtime Jeffrey Epstein assistant. Where is her name? Personal assistant, sexy. Okay. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to get. I'll tell you what. I'm going to make it a point to find that woman's name. We're going to say that woman's fucking name every day on this show because she's walking around. We don't even know her name. She was granted immunity back in 2006 when Alex Costa, who would go on to have a fabulous career in the Trump administration, decided to make a bullshit deal to protect a billionaire pedophile. That's what happened. Years ago, all of these people were protected. Let's see here. Hillary says, I had no idea about their criminal activities, referring to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I had no idea about their criminal activities. I do not ever recall encountering Mr. Epstein. I never flew on his plane or visited his island home or offices. Well, of course not. Could you imagine what a fucking buzzkill Hillary Clinton would be on Lolita Island? Nobody wants her there. Although, somebody's got to change Stephen Hawking's diaper. So maybe that, Hillary, she might be good at that. Although, honestly, Hillary is not the motherly type. I don't imagine it. She was like a very loving mother. She said, I had no idea of their criminal activities. She said this in front of Comer's committee. She said in the opening statement, which she posted on X and delivered during a closed-door hearing with lawmakers. How are we accepting this? Because it was 3 weeks ago and we forgot about it. And now it's today and we're like, wait, I thought we were supposed to see this. And we're not going to get to see it because they did it to us again. Stay fucking dialed in on shit, people. God damn it. I woke up this morning. I didn't even know she was testifying. Me, I do a current event show every day. I mean, I knew obviously in my head, I went, oh yeah, that's right. That would be coming up. But because they decided to keep it behind closed doors, I believe the media, whether it's Fox or MSNBC or MS Now, I think we're calling it, or CNN or ABC News, I believe they're all complicit in that because they haven't been talking about it. They haven't been hyping this. They haven't been telling us that we were promised public testimony and that now it's been moved behind closed doors. Nobody has prepared me for this. And they're complicit. They're all complicit. They're trying to make this one go away. Let's do it in private. Should be the lead fucking story. A source familiar with the situation told NBC News the questioning was briefly paused after conservative influencer Benny Johnson posted 2 pictures of Clinton during the questioning on social media that he said were shared with him by Rep. Lauren Boebert. NBC News reached out to both sides of the committee for comment on the delay. Boebert then got on Twitter and said, Benny did nothing wrong. Proceed with the deposition, Boebert tweeted. In her opening statement, Clinton accused the panel of engaging in partisan fishing expeditions by forcing her and her husband to sit for depositions and said that they are interviewing the wrong people. Well, yeah, duh. Your husband tomorrow might not be the wrong person, Hill. Sorry to say that, but look, if he did it, he's got to go. That's how every normal person in America views this. Okay? If you are a diehard West Wing, Aaron Sorkin, Obama and Michelle, Bill and Hill, dyed-in-the-wool fucking Democratic voter, you have got to be okay with Bill Clinton going away if it turns out that he is involved in this. And I'm okay with that because I know for a fucking fact that if Bill Clinton goes away, Trump is going away. So let's get them both. I got no love for scumbags. Bill Clinton's always been a bit of a scumbag. He's a politician. They're all bullshit artists, except for somebody we'll talk about later. Hillary said if this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement, Hillary said. It would ask him directly under oath about tens of thousands of times that he shows up in the Epstein files, Hillary said. Woo! See, I would have liked to have seen her say that. President Donald Trump has never been charged with any wrongdoing connected to the Epstein. Yeah, and that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. That used to mean something. Like if you were accused of all kinds of things, and then well, he's never been charged. They never brought charges. It would mean something. I'd be like, well, they probably investigated and didn't find anything. Doesn't mean anything anymore. I don't know if they investigated. They didn't even interview Ghislaine Maxwell until like a year after she was convicted. Remember that? Ghislaine Maxwell wanted, she wanted, I got some information. I want to talk to Congress. And then our Justice Department said, wait, before she can do that, we've got to interview her. We haven't even interviewed her yet. And then everybody went, you convicted her. What do you mean you never even interviewed her? What the fuck is happening here? It's all a fucking game. And we got to stop being stupid. All right, tomorrow, Bill Clinton. I'm sure there's more. They'll be bigger. I'm sure it'll be reported on. Hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe they'll release some video of it. It won't be anything great. Like, if she did anything great, if she did anything that was like really wow, like soundbite, we won't see that. No. People will be protected. She names any names? No. Unless they're Democrats. She starts. I remember me and Schumer were on a yacht once, and, he honked a girl's boobs during a wet t-shirt cut, whatever. It's not going to do that. It's not going to name any names. No Democrats anyway. Those would be the ones we'd hear. All right, so there you have it. Hillary Clinton. Tomorrow is Bill Clinton. It's also maddening. We were promised that this was going to be the greatest television show ever. And it's just not. Let's move to Texas now real quick. Let's talk about something that's happening in Texas, because this is a real problem for Democrats. I don't consider myself a Democrat. I sure as shit don't consider myself MAGA. I consider myself somebody who caucuses with the right people, with normal people, right? So that's who I am. So what I would like to see happen, as somebody who loves the state of Texas, who has lived there, who cannot believe that people vote for the people they vote for in that state, Ken Paxton keeps winning re-election. John Cornyn keeps winning re-election. Ted Cruz is untouchable. That's a problem. It's a problem, and it reflects really poorly, because that collection of goons are the ones that cause most of the problems for normal people, because they're constantly carrying water for their rich benefactors. John Cornyn and his big-ass fucking house in Highland Park on Gulf Avenue. How does the senator afford a $7 million? I don't know. I don't get this. Did they come from money? If they tell me they came from money, then okay. I wish I knew that beforehand, because I'll never vote for a rich kid. But if he came from money and that's how he's got the $7 million Highland Park house, what the fuck? A senator? You don't make that kind of money, motherfucker. And don't get me started about Pelosi and all that shit. First of all, Pelosi came from money. So fuck her to begin with, but... So Pelosi's dad, like the mayor of Baltimore, or grandpa, and her dad was a developer. Like Nancy Pelosi's dad, and like, who's the actor? The actor, Edward Norton. Edward Norton's family and Nancy Pelosi's family basically built Baltimore together. They're like the two. Anyway, means nothing. Anyway, down in Texas, the Democratic Party seems to be strutting. There's a big story today about how the Republicans they're a little freaked out in Texas. They're a little freaked out about some of the things that they're seeing. One of the candidates down there in Texas is a guy who's been in the news a couple of times, and I haven't really talked about him because I think he's Corpus Christi, and Kelly lived down there. But other than that, I've never been to Corpus Christi, so I'm not really all that concerned about him. I am interested in things that affect North Texas. The Jasmine Crockett's, the Cornyns, the people who are up there. Anyway, this dude is down there in Corpus Christi, and apparently he's a former Tejano star. His name is Bobby Polito. I don't know if you guys do they run in North Texas? Because if my Texas friends who are listening, they're all in North Texas. Do they run ads for? I don't think they do. Like, I don't think WFAA in Dallas is running an ad for a congressional race. Point is this: there's a guy who appears to be electable. This Bobby Polito, okay, Tejano star. Dude, any way we can win elections. Yeah, 10 years ago, I'd have been like, fucking Tejano star, really? I don't fucking care. Any way to win elections. And this guy is a part of the opposition at the moment, so I'm going to vote his ass in. Now, other Democrats are coming for him. This is the problem within the Democratic Party. And it's not exclusive to the Democratic Party because we certainly see it in the Republican Party. I mean, the Republican Party has been in a civil war, MAGA versus trad GOP, forever. It's just from the rise. So that's always been going on. But because it's always going on and because it's a constant, because it's white noise in the political sphere, we don't count that. But we're looking at the Democrats in Texas going, why are they cannibalizing each other? So let's talk about this Bobby Polito guy because he's pretty controversial at the moment because of some things that he's done in his past. Remember, he was an entertainer. He was a Tejano entertainer. Here's a picture of him. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me make sure. There, boom. There he is. Look at him. There's Bobby Bob. All right. Can I make it bigger? Yeah, there we go. That'll work. That works better. All right. There's Bobby Polito. Here's what's am I saying it right? I hope I am. Polito. All right, let me read you this story about him because he's been accused of being a misogynist. Well, you can read the headline. Idiotic white woman, star Dem, disparaged women and shared porn on social media. Oh my God. You're right? This headline, you're thinking he shared porn, full on penetration, just money shots. He's sharing porn. He can't be in cock. It's not what he shared. He shared a naked lady. All right. He didn't share porn. He wasn't like shit. But anyway, headlines. They try to make us think the absolute worst so that we keep reading. Idiotic white woman, star Dem recruit disparaged women and shared porn on social media. He is Bobby Polito, the musician and Democratic candidate for Congress whose misogynistic social media activity has been reported on multiple times. There's more where that came from, it says. Polito, who is competing with Dr. Ada Cuellar in the Democratic primary for the Lone Star State's 15th congressional district, has mocked the shape of women's genitalia after childbirth, promoted numerous links to porn sites, and shared an explicit photo of a fan who inadvertently exposed herself. Oh, that all sounds pretty fucking bad, huh? I'd like to see that stuff. I'd like to see exactly what they're describing because this guy sounds fucking awful. All right, let's get into some of this. Polito spokesperson previously commented on those actions by explaining that, quote, years ago, Bobby sometimes used Twitter to joke around, but he understands not everything was funny or appropriate. This one was regrettable. All right, so all these attacks are coming from inside the house, right? That's primary season, so it's it's kind of unavoidable. But the attacks are coming from inside the house. You expect the attacks to come from inside the house. Well, what you hope is that there isn't so much damage done during primary season that it basically causes your candidate to be unelectable in the general. That's the fear, right? That is something the Democrats are amazing at. The Democrats do that way more than the right does. The right doesn't cannibalize each other in primaries the way the Dems do. And I don't understand this, but it's happening again in Texas. This guy who is highly electable simply because of the fact that he's a popular Tejano star. And again, remember what I told you? It doesn't fucking matter. We just need opposition candidates to win. We need pushback in this fucking country. So it doesn't fucking matter. It should matter that he's the Tejano star and doesn't seem to have any past history or interest in social work or social service or serving the public. I don't know, but he's electable. So let's get him fucking in office. Let's get him in the seat and let's have him have him vote for impeachment. A Polito spokesperson previously commented on those actions by explaining that years ago, Bobby sometimes used Twitter to joke around. In numerous new posts uncovered, Polito also portrayed women as selfish, cold, and difficult by nature. Well, that just must mean he despises all women and that if he gets elected, he's going to make them all wear Handmaid's Tale outfits. This is so stupid. Wait till you see the things that he posted that he is being told, you can't represent us after posting. We got a fucking president who posted Obama as a monkey and we're going to fucking bust this guy's balls? We're going to clear the path for a fucking Republican to come in and take this seat? Are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. All right, here, let me show you some of these. Unfortunately, a lot of his posts are in his native tongue, which is Spanish. All right, here's one. Yeah, we'll show you this one. Scroll down this way. Hold on. Nope. Yeah. All right, here, let's show this one. This is a good one. He got in trouble for this one. Look at this. He got in trouble for this one. This horrible thing that means he should never be elected to public office. This thing was posted in 2015. This was 11 years ago. So let's make sure he can't do anything in 2026 because he posted something funny. I don't even know that it's funny, but it certainly isn't original. He posted, no matter how hot a woman is, there's always somebody tired of dealing with her shit. I can't tell you how many times I've said that. You want to know why? Because that is absolutely fucking true. The way I say this is, show me the most beautiful woman in the world, and I will show you a guy that doesn't want to fuck her tonight. That's fucking just true. You get tired of who you're with, no matter who it is. That's why, as a guy, you always get, if you're a guy with a beautiful woman, you got to stay frosty, because there's always dudes out there going, okay, I can make her feel as beautiful as she is. No matter how hot a woman is, there's always somebody tired of dealing with her shit. That's just a guy thing, man. That's just something that guys say. This is not misogynistic or anti-woman or something that we really need to plant a flag and pay attention to because this guy could be one of them Handmaid's Tale. No, it's just a dude fucking around on Twitter. A normal person. Get over your fucking self. This doesn't mean that women shouldn't vote for him. All right, let's go on. Let's see what else he did. What other horrible things did Bobby Polito do that he can no longer... Oh, here, this is the porn that he shared. Here you go. Look at that. Oh, I didn't share that one. Yeah. Here's the porn he shared. It's just a funny picture on Twitter of people having sex in a hotel window. That's all. That ain't porn. When you say that he shares porn, you really create a picture of something completely different than just a funny picture that somebody snapped of two people having sex in a hotel. Yes, there is some nudity if you squint and make it really big, but it's not vulgarity. This is not porn. He is not a pervert or a vulgarian. This is a funny picture. It's a funny picture that, you know, when you're trying to create engagement on your page, you might just... Do you see what I mean? This is all so silly, and this is all so Democrat. Just fucking Al Franken. Al Franken was a senator from Minnesota. Do you know that we were denied the Trump presidency with Al Franken in the Senate? Al Franken would have Chuck Schumer's job today if fucking Al Franken didn't fall on his sword because a bunch of other Democrats demanded that he take accountability and resign from office. Why? Because the comedian Al Franken, like 20 years earlier, honk honk picture, right? Some chick he was doing, but forgetting the fact that he was over there flying to entertain the troops on a entertain the troops mission like 20 years ago. Some Playboy Playmate chick passed out, and there's a picture of Al Franken in his like combat helmet and his flak jacket, and he's like over her going like, you know, mimicking honk honk. He's not actually honking her. He's mimicking it. And that was enough for a fucking Democratic senator at a time when we need people who can fight back against Trump. That was enough for him to go, I can't be a senator anymore. So fuck you, Democrats. It is time for the opposition to get tougher. And dragging a guy like Bobby Polito across the coals because he said, show me a hot woman and I'll show you a guy that's tired of her shit. That is insane. It is insane, and it is why losers occupy the Democratic Party right now. Democrats are not pussies, man. I'm in fucking Chicago. All right. That sucks. I'm sorry. This happens every day. Every day in the middle of a rant, all of a sudden the whole fucking system crashes. The camera goes out, the Zoom box goes out, and then I got to redo it again. I don't know how much of that rant was missed, but let's move on. All right, we'll move on. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I went on a fucking great rant about how dumb the Dems are and totally was all lost. All right. Well, there you have it. The Dems are dumb. The opposition needs to be smart. The Dems are pussies. The opposition right now, in the next 9 months, needs to be fucking warriors. This is a war for the midterms. This is a war for this country. And I'm sick and tired of the opposition party being led by ponytail pussies and sweater vests. Just because you're a fucking guy or just because you're a white guy doesn't mean you're a fucking monster or that you have to be a pussy to prove to everybody you're not a monster. You can be a dude. You can make mistakes. You can say things that are off color. And you know what? It shouldn't be your brand for life. You can tweet things that are a little bit... Come on, they're saying he was tweeting porn. We saw the picture. That's just a funny kind of meme thing that millions... I would say that I have never tweeted porn, but I've probably tweeted a whole lot of shit that is in that category, whatever that is. All right. So I don't even give a shit about Bobby Polito. I just think that what's happening to him right now in Texas and the way that he is being put upon the cross for things that are just normal things is the reason that Texas will stay red forever. You people can't get out of your own fucking way down there, and you deserve what you get, which is Abbott in his wheelchair and Ken Paxton banging fucking Hooters waitresses. That's what you want. That's what you get. Rich people get richer, and the poor people get fucked. You are welcome. Jesus. All right, Brandon, you're on the live stream. What don't you understand? I've been doing this show for 5 years from noon to 2, and you always call during noon to 2. Brandon, everybody is on the show.
Hey, well, that's my first. I don't watch the clock.
Okay,
so that's the first problem.
Right.
And my time, I don't have a timeline in my world, man. I go with the flow. I'm a little bit free spirited that way.
All right, brother, you got something, or I can call you on the way home?
Got some pretty big news to talk to you about. So why don't you call me later and help say hello to the listeners for me?
Well, you can say that right now. They're listening right now.
Hello, listeners. And, hey, trivia stuff's blown up in DFW. You got working with Keynote.
Hey, you got Keynote involved.
Yeah, he's already training. He's running trivia at the Back Nine, also running trivia at Goats Arena in Fairview. And then we're going to be moving over to, instead of Bottle Rockets, we're working at Ringo's over in Plano. Yeah, Keynote's also going to be helping MC the Texas Rattlesnake Rally in May for me. And whether you're on a bike or not, come out to the Texas Rattlesnake Rally May 14th through 17th. Got midget wrestling, MMA fights, bikini contest, beer belly pageant, jello wrestling, and much more.
All right. Well, I'll call you after the show today on the way home. Right. So probably like 3 o'clock. All right, bye. There he goes. That's Brandon. He's one of the best promoters and hustlers that I've ever known. I love Brandon. There's a lot of bells and whistles with Brandon, but when you get through all that, you're like, he's a fucking good dude. He takes care of his people. Let me tell you something about Brandon. I don't need to do this, but I want to do this because I'm just thinking about it. Brandon, I think a lot of people on the surface, they see this guy who's been running bikini models for like 25 years and they just absolutely assume the worst. And I don't blame you, because I would too. But I've actually got to see how he runs that operation. He's fucking good. He's good to these people. He's got the same girls for 20 years. He's loyal to them. He's good to them. He takes care of them. They move into his house. When girls get problems, he's always got rooms for them. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, Pugs, he's quite the gentleman offering a room to a bikini model. But I'm telling you, when you see that all day, every day, it ain't that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Brandon's a good guy. Brandon is a good guy, and he always throws a fun party, and he's one of my favorite people. He's just one of the nicest. And I know that there's all these bells and whistles because he's a promoter and a showman. But man, he's a good dude. All right, thank you. There was Brandon hanging out with us, jumping in. Let's see. What else do we got to do today? Okay. So here we go. Good. We talked about the Bobby Polito, and we talked about how Democrats can't help themselves from fucking cannibalizing each other. Right? I know our rant got cut off, but man, it was a good rant too. But let's talk about messaging. You guys know that I'm in the tank for James Tallarico. Been in the tank for Tallarico for well over a year now. Since the first time I noticed him, it was years ago. He was a state rep. And I remember thinking, man, oh man, that guy doesn't talk like other politicians. So I've been championing him. He's got a new message. He's finally leaned into his message. If you've been following his campaign there, and this is for the Senate, he's running against Jasmine Crockett in Texas for the Senate seat there. They're going after the seat held by Cornyn. Ken Paxton is challenging on the other side. What my hope is, I really hope, I would love to see Paxton against Tallarico, because that's a referendum on the Texan. Not a referendum on Texas. That's a referendum on the Texan. Who you are. I want to see who you are. I want to see James Tallarico with his messaging go up against Ken Paxton with his messaging. And I would be interesting to see who the Texan responds to, because it's a litmus test on your humanity. It really is. Ken Paxton is a terrible human being. He's an absolute piece of shit. He is everything that you say you hate about fucking politicians, and yet because he wears the color red, you're a blood, he's a blood, you're going to vote for him. And you're going to completely ignore anybody wearing the fucking Crip color blue because you're a blood. And that's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. So James Tallarico has had sort of a number of different messages. They are all kind of tethered to the same moral center, which is we need to be better people, which I fucking love as a political message. We have never heard this political message before. You know why? Because politicians are advised by their high-paid consultants to never tell the audience, never tell the potential voter that they have to do something. Never. You never say that they have to be better. You say that we have to be better. You have to manipulate them into thinking that they're the perfect ones. Well, we're not the fucking perfect ones. Every problem we have in this country is not because of the congressman. It's not because of the fucking Democrats or the Republicans or the senators or whoever is sitting in the Oval Office. It's because of we, the people. We, the motherfucking people, are responsible for every bit of bullshit that has fallen on us because we operate inside a representative democracy. We vote for these people. We all can't go to Congress. You can't have a Congress with 360 million people in it, right? So we vote for people to represent large blocks of us. And our little congressional district gets together and we all fight it out and we send one guy to represent that congressional district. That's how it works. But we are the ones to blame. We the people, we love to say, it's Washington. They're all fucking, we ought to vote them all out. Yeah, we should. Why don't we? Because you never vote out your congressman. Never. It's always the other guy's congressman that's causing the problem. Always. Your guy is awesome. You met your guy at a Little League game once on 4th of July, and he tussled little Johnny's hair, and he's got your vote for fucking life because he's a good dude. I met him. He's a good dude. It's everybody else's congressman that fucking sucks. That's us. That's on us. We're fucking idiots. Vote your candidate. Just vote for somebody new. If you have to stay within the same party, that's fine. That's why we have primaries. But vote everybody out who is in there now, unless it is obviously demonstrable that they have been fighting the good fight. So James Tallarico seems to have honed his message down. I want to play his message for you. And I would love Barney to hear this. I want Byron to hear this. I mean, I want the people who are radicalized to listen to this. And honestly, just tell me what's wrong with that. Tell me what's wrong with this political message. And also tell me this isn't a winning message. Tell me this isn't a winning message and break my fucking heart. Because if this isn't a winning message, then we're doomed. It also happens to be the same motherfucking message that I hear every day since August of 2021 have been preaching. So you wonder why I'm such a fan of James Tallarico? It's because it turns out that we're on the fucking same page. Let's listen to this bit of political branding, a little different than anything that I think I've ever heard before. Probably the same for you. Here it is. James Tallarico. He was speaking yesterday. This is Texas A&M College Station, I think, and a huge, massive crowd. This appearance last night is the reason that I told you there was this big article. I think it was The Hill, maybe. I don't know. I'll pull it. No, I'm not going to. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to. But there's a great article out today about how legitimately in Washington, they're worried about Texas because shit's going on. Anyway, this is Tallarico's new message. Let's listen to it. You tell me this isn't a winning message. You tell me this isn't the message that I have been saying here for almost 5 years now. You tell me this isn't a message that you wouldn't vote for. Here we go. Again, last night, this is College Station, James Tallarico. Listen to this.
I am in one of the reddest parts of Texas because I am tired of being divided into teams. Red versus blue, left versus right, rural versus urban. Because the truth is, we're all on the same team. Do you have an elderly parent or grandparent who needs care? So do I.
Yes.
Do you struggle to afford the high price of everything?
Yes.
So do I. Do you know what it means to carry the weight of student debt, credit card debt, and medical debt?
Yeah.
So do I. Do you want a safe neighborhood?
Yeah.
Do you want a good job with good benefits?
Yeah.
Do you want a high-quality, well-funded public school?
Yeah.
So do I. You're on my team, and I'm on yours. Those billionaire-run platforms and those predatory algorithms, they want to divide this team. The most radical thing you can do in an era of division is bring people together, because we are far more the same than we are different. We have so much more in common than they want us to realize. We have shared problems and shared dreams. Imagine who we could take on if we did it together. Imagine what we could change in this country if we did it together. As one team, we are unstoppable.
I mean, that's the message. That's the fucking message that the opposition needs to hammer. That's how you win the independents. That's how you win the fence sitters. That's how you win all but the fucking craziest of MAGA. You remind them that we have more in common together. I fucking hate you because my neighbor put out a Biden sign. But I'm going to fucking retweet, vomit tweet everything Elon fucking Musk says because he's cool, and my neighbor across the street is a fucking monster pedophile. This is us. This is a choice that we make. This is a choice that we make as people to hitch our wagons to these fucking puppeteers. Excuse me. And the puppeteers who we will never meet, who we don't know, who are just, these aspirational figures in our life? Do all of the fucking Elon bros who love everything Elon bro, is it just that they want to be like Elon? So that's the reason for this? I don't know. Aren't you tired of fucking hating half the people in your neighborhood? I grew up in a neighborhood where we hated one family, but that's because they sucked. Because when a bicycle went missing in the neighborhood, we all knew it was in the fucking Granco's garage. We knew where it was. So we had them. But for the most part, growing up, our whole neighborhood, nobody gave a shit who voted for who. Everybody was fun. Everybody was nice. Everybody liked each other. And I know that's probably just sentimentality, and I'm projecting, and I'm sure if I was to throw myself back into 1983 as like a 12 or a 13-year-old, I'd be like, what the fuck, this is horrible. But I don't know, at this advanced age, it doesn't seem like that. It seems like there was a time when we as communities, as people, we could rally together and it wouldn't take a missing grandma, or something to get people to come together. Tallarico's message is a winning message. And like I say, if it's not a winning message, we're doomed. We're doomed. It's over. And maybe the caveat to that could be, if it's not a winning message for him, maybe that it's just him. Maybe somebody, maybe a different husk of a human delivering that message might be more effective. I don't know. But the message itself is fucking right, man. It's right. It's us. It's us against them. And who is them? Them is anybody telling you to not like your fucking neighbor. Them is anybody telling you that, just because somebody voted a different way, they can't be trusted, or they're probably a pedophile. That's who them are. So I don't know. I just love that message. I just love that message. And I hope that at least some of you are acknowledging, because I think it's important, that has been the message of this show from the very beginning. So when I hear now somebody who is on the stage, and a stage that's getting hit with a bunch of spotlights right now, when I hear somebody like that saying the same message, I feel validated. Not like I do when, Sean Ryan, remember Sean Ryan, the podcaster? I was all mad at him the other day because Sean Ryan has suddenly decided that that's going to be his message too, that it's them, not us. And I'm like, what the fuck? I do this too. Why is he the one getting credit for it? I've been doing it for years. But now we've got Tallarico. We've got an actual, hold on. Wait a second. He's like, why do you keep... Okay, all right. Look, you know what? Ed, come on the phone, man. Seriously, we're in the middle of the show. Texting me questions. Let's get to the bottom of this. All right, please. Here we go. Listen to his tone. His tone is going to be like mean, and it's going to be like, fuck. Because Ed knows about this stuff, and nobody likes to bring bad news to Ed.
Yeah.
All right, that tone wasn't as bad as I thought. All right, so... Oh, there you go. Okay. Wait, now I'm hearing me in the background.
Yeah.
Which is confusing me. All right.
Ed, give me a second.
We're talking with Ed. He is the Grand Poobah of Radio Misfits. He helps us run the show. He is the show. Let's be honest. I'm the fucking vessel that just spews into the microphone. Everything else is him. Okay. So let me show you what I do. So right now, the way it's set up, Ed is up. Sorry, folks, just bear with us. We're going to pull the curtain back for a second. Ed, the way that the screen is set up on me, I am being told that everyone can't. I'm not being told, but in the past, the way it's set up would mean that the chat room cannot see each other's chats. That I have to move the little white circle.
Everybody can see the chats from the platform they're on.
Right. But don't you remember there was always screaming about mix the chats?
I don't care.
Okay. See, he's getting mad.
I'm
This is
over
what
it.
See, he's mad. All right.
And quite frankly, you admitted a half hour ago you didn't like it anyway.
Yeah.
It eats into your screen.
Yeah, I didn't like the black. I mean, I appreciate the effort and all that to try and make the chat room happy and all that. But no, I didn't.
You can see the entire unified chat, so you can interact and put stuff on the screen to your right.
Right.
It's right there in front of you.
But they can't.
They can see their own stuff.
Yes.
If you're on YouTube, where more than 80% of the viewers come from, they can see all the chats. Even if you're on YouTube, if you're watching it on a television, you can turn on the chat, and they will appear on the screen.
Yeah.
If you're on Facebook, you can only see the Facebook content. I'm sorry about that. You want to see it all? Go to fucking YouTube.
There you go.
Quite frankly, we should just stop
That's it.
broadcasting it on Facebook and only put it on YouTube. That would solve the problem completely.
So would it? Because see, this is interesting to me. I mean, where do more people come from? Because I've often wondered, YouTube
Always
really?
YouTube.
Because I think that like the combination of being able to promote on Facebook and then being on Facebook might be better because you can't promote on YouTube the way you can on Facebook. So
but when you use that link to pugscast.com,
right,
that redirects, that goes straight to the YouTube channel.
So
when you post that on Facebook, people go to the YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah. What I use to promote is the Radio Misfits YouTube video of the show.
Right.
Right. That's what I post on Facebook and stuff. All right, man. I don't know. Honestly, the translucent chat on the side, it doesn't bother me. It
You
doesn't.
can't read it.
I don't care. It doesn't bother
You
me.
you can't read it unless you're on top of it. So what's the fucking point?
All right, chat room, what do you want? Well, we make the chat room. It's their deal. I mean, they're the ones. So it would be bad if I just left it.
You know what?
You don't care.
It's going to make me crazy, but do whatever.
All right. All right. Thanks, Ed.
Everybody on YouTube can look at all the goddamn comments
All right, Ed.
in real time.
See, it's scary. He's smart about stuff, and he makes you feel dumb, and you don't want to yell
You're
at
not
him. And,
dumb.
and I'm pretty dumb when it comes to this stuff. All right. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you. There he goes. Seriously, the dude's like a rocket scientist, and he gets so frustrated talking to us little brains that it's always scary for us little brains to have to ask it. And then he just changed it back. All right. He said it wasn't going to bother him. Adam says, I love how Ed handles you. It's like I handle you. Yeah, maybe. I don't care. I get what you're saying. You know what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get me a cup of hot coffee. We're going to come back. We're going to dive into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees for this year. That's right. One of my favorite days of the year. See, now here's the thing. They give you a full list, and then I think only 6 or 5 of them will get in. So let's go through the whole list of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees, candidates. I don't know what we even call them. Class of eligible people, whatever. We'll go through that list, and we'll talk a little bit about the merits of each artist / band. We also have Maddie's going to come on because Shia LaBeouf is in the news. Britney Spears is in the news. We got a list of bullshit foreign operated MAGA X and Facebook accounts that we're going to go through, just so you know whose tweets you're forwarding and whose tweets you're allowing to trigger you. We'll go through that, plus a whole bunch more. Give me a quick break here. Well, let's get rid of that. And I'll get a hot cup of coffee, and we shall come right back. right. Here we go. All right. Let's see here. Chat room. Peter says in the chat room, we'll try and put up all your chats now. So, yeah, just add another thing for me to be distracted by. I'll work through it. Guys, you got to understand, this show that we've been doing now for 5 years, when I say we, because it really is a team effort, because it doesn't get done without other people doing what they do. This is nothing but a burden for everybody involved in this other than myself. And I recognize this. Ed doesn't make a dime off this. Ed has tirelessly supported and platformed and done all the tech and all the shit for this show for 5 years. Never made a penny. In fact, he's out money. He's out money. For 4 years, E gave me a goddamn studio in one of the best locations in all of it. He didn't make a goddamn dime off that. As a matter of fact, he probably could have rented it out to somebody that would have paid, but he didn't. So we do this show. It's legitimately a labor of love. But I do enjoy the aspect of the chat room. And Peter says, it is what it is. As long as Pugs is spreading the gospel, I can live with no chat. Oh, thank you. That's nice to hear. Did that for years when it was P and K. Yeah, I mean, we never had a chat when we were on the radio. But times are different now. And, these are new options to sort of use when you're performing in this way. But I will say this, and this is why I wanted to put this chat up here, this comment by Peter. This is the very first Pugs and Kelly show. The very first version of the Pugs and Kelly show that aired in Dallas absolutely had a chat. It was 2001, and I don't even know what it was. We didn't have social media platforms back then. We didn't have YouTube back then. It was like 2001. And Kelly and I, when we were in Chicago, we were doing nights in Dallas, 105.3 from Chicago. And we had the most kick-ass chat room. I mean, it was the middle of the night. It's like 2:00 in the morning. And so the history of me doing this, this is like going back to the beginning, doing a show that actually interacts with people in real time as we talk about things. So when Peter says the P&K show never had a chat, I would say, the original P&K show absolutely had a chat. All right, now Ed says, all I'm saying is if you're watching from YouTube, as more than 80% of all viewers are, you can still see it on all the chat. I'm fine. I just need you guys to be okay. I need you guys to have an enjoyable experience. Peter says, don't get me wrong, I love the chat room. Well, good. I'm glad that you do. All right, let's get into the story that I'm most excited about today. I love Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nomination day. I love the day where they give us like 20 bands and we all get to sit there, and it depends on when you grew up. Like if you grew up in the 80s, you will fight tooth and nail for this band. But maybe if you grew up in like the late 90s, early 2000s, you'll be like, they don't deserve it. It's a fun sort of, non-political argument that you can have with people. See, that's what I like about it. I also want to say from the beginning what I always say when the topic of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame comes up, and that is this. It's misnamed. It's just stop leaning into rock and roll at the beginning, because that causes all the big dummies to say shit like, they're not rock and roll. Shut the fuck up, man. Okay, we're calling it rock and roll because that's the branding of popular music. We didn't realize when the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was built back in the early 90s, we didn't realize that hip hop and electronica and on dance music and all these other kinds of music that would suddenly crowd into the space of popular music that was almost primarily occupied by rock and roll. We didn't know that was going to happen. So we just built the rock. It should have been called the Museum of Popular Music in America, because that's what it fucking is. And you know why it's got to be that? Because I'm sorry, rock and roll fans, and I am one of them. You would not be able to support that fucking structure in Cleveland. You ever been? You would not be able to support that campus, that massive multi-billion-dollar extravagant museum, one of the best museums in America. You would not be able to afford that if it was just Jimi Hendrix guitar. I'm sorry. I know that makes you upset, and you're like, no, rock and roll is big. No, it's not. It's really not. Cleveland had to fucking invite everybody in because it's a tourist attraction. So that's why you get people like, who would be a good one, George Clinton. When George Clinton went in, everybody was like, he's not rock and roll. And I remember thinking, he's more fucking rock and roll than half the fucking bands that are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But okay. So let's just go with, although we won't say it, we will call it what it is. It is called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But let's just go with, it's the Museum of Popular Music, popular contemporary music. I was not even going to say in America, but yeah, it is in America. It is a museum dedicated to curating popular music in this country over the last 60 years, modern times, whatever you want. So that's what it is, okay? So I do not want to hear from the chat room or anywhere else when I mention some of the people who are nominated. I do not want to hear rock and roll. Shut the fuck up. If they sold millions of records and had songs all over the radio, they get a fucking invite to the museum. That's how it works. Stop it. We're not going to split hairs about whether or not Prince was rock and roll or not. Fuck you. Come on. Prince said rock and roll. I'm not sure anybody said that, but I'm sure they did. If you want to do that, you can ask questions like, never mind. I don't want to go into that. Let's talk about the 2026 nominees, because I'll tell you, folks, there are definitely a whole bunch of questionable acts that are being offered up to us. So here, I'll pull this up. No, you know what? I don't want to pull this up because I want to give them to you. I'll give them to you one at a time. All right, here we go. Here are the nominees. Now, hey, chat room, does anybody in the chat room know how many go in? Like, how many are chosen? I think we've got like, I don't know, looks like about a dozen names here, but I know a dozen aren't going to go in. Sounds like a question for AI, doesn't it? All right. How many of the 2026 nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will be granted admission? All right, here we go. AI is going to answer me. For the 2026 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class, 17 artists have been nominated in the performer category. Historically, the hall typically inducts between 5 and 7. Well, that's not a hard and fast number. That's a 5 or 7. So how many are we going to have? Let's say 6. Let's split the difference. All right. So of this list, we are going to nominate 6 people who are going to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay. First on the docket, nominated to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2026, the Black Crowes. Do the Black Crowes deserve to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Hey, little mama, let me. Hard to handle now. What else did they do? She talks to angels. All right. Black Crowes were fucking cool, man. When the Black Crowes first popped, I was in college. They were cool. They were doing something a little bit different. They were a little bit throwback, right? I mean, they came at a time when, it was all Poison and Cinderella and Motley Crue and Guns N' Roses kind of was a bridge act, and it was maybe before, the grunge explosion. I don't know. The Black Crowes were cool. Chris and Rich Robinson. Saw the Black Crowes a couple of times. Saw them first in a small club, the Metro in Chicago, and then I saw them again when they opened for Don Henley. I like the Black Crowes, but guys, the Black Crowes are not Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. I'm sorry. The Black Crowes fell off the face of the earth round about 1999. I mean, when was the last time you heard anything from the Black Crowes? But this is the interesting thing about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because the nominees, oftentimes they don't go in because of sometimes they go in because of just relentless career, where it's like they were never the biggest thing, but holy shit, have you seen how many hits they've had? There's people who go in that way. And then there's people who go in another way. And I think that if the Black Crowes go in, it'll be in that way. It is that they were so impactful for a short period of time that the people who were impacted by them years later have an outsized opinion of their contribution to rock and roll, right? So I think that's maybe the way the Black Crowes get in. But as far as like a body of work, no, I'm sorry. I don't. And there is another band also nominated in 2026 for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame that I'm going to make a very similar argument to the one that I just made with the Black Crowes. So be stay tuned for that. Okay, so Black Crowes, no, sorry. Yes, I'm glad you were nominated. You're a great band. You're fun, but no. Number 2, the second nominee going into the Rock and Roll, or possibly going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You got to decide whether or not they're worthy or not. Mariah Carey. Before my next fucking breath, of course, remembering this is the Museum of Popular Music in America. It's not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Otherwise, why the fuck would she be nominated in the first place? Mariah Carey should be a first fucking ballot Hall of Famers. Doesn't she have like the highest grossing single of all time? Mariah Carey is in. Mariah Carey has to be in. She's massive. Now, again, I know that Mariah Carey probably hasn't been super relevant in the last 10 years or so. That's okay, because she was foundational throughout the 90s. She's very important. Mariah Carey absolutely goes in. So Black Crowes, no. Mariah Carey, yeah. And again, if we're back to leaning into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that seems blasphemous, does it not? That Mariah Carey, yes. Black Crowes, no. But when you talk about, no, it's the Museum of Successful and Popular Artists, then you go, oh yeah, Mariah Carey's much bigger. The Black Crowes, much bigger. And it's also about who they want to show up, right? You have to factor that in. This is a TV show for ratings that'll air on HBO Max. Do you think that, like, if they're trying to get ratings and they're like, I don't know, should we have Mariah Carey do a thing or Black Crowes? Who's going to vote for the Black Crowes, right? Like, a bunch of like middle-aged white men are going to be like, I got to watch the Black Crowes. Meanwhile, millions will want to tune in for the Mariah Carey thing. All right, Mariah Carey is in. Black Crowes are not in. This brings us to our third candidate for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How about Melissa Etheridge? Come to my window. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, Melissa. Well, I'm not giving credit because you were a lesbian at a time when it wasn't particularly accepted to be a lesbian. You're a trailblazer, so let the LGBTQ people put some fucking museum together and you can be in it. You probably deserve statues for that sort of activism and who you represented to a lot of people. But Melissa, you didn't have the career to justify the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So there you go. Melissa Etheridge. Nope. All right. Once again, recapping. Black Crowes not getting a vote from me. Mariah Carey is getting a vote from me. Melissa Etheridge is not getting a vote from me. Brings us to our next one. God, I so want to vote for this guy, but I just can't see Billy Idol as a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. He's not. He's almost a one-hit wonder. You know, he's almost a novelty act. I mean, when you think of Billy Idol, I love him. I go see Billy Idol's playing at, fucking Oak Lawn Fest or whatever. I'll go see Billy Idol. But the mere fact that you're playing at Oak Lawn Fest maybe means you shouldn't be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So I'm sorry, but Billy Idol does not get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. All right, here we go. Our next candidate in the 2026 list of nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, our next candidate, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is totally in. Iron Maiden is totally in. I'm not even a metalhead, and I understand how important Iron Maiden is to metalheads from the 1980s. Are you kidding me? Yes. Iron Maiden gets to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They are foundational heavy metal from the early 80s. Very important. Iron Maiden goes in. Judas Priest goes in. Motley Crue's already in. But even before them, are the Scorpions in? Scorpions got to be in, right? All right. Iron Maiden goes in. Iron Maiden goes in. Recapping, Black Crowes do not get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mariah Carey does get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Melissa Etheridge does not get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Billy Idol does not get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but Iron Maiden does. All right, let me check in on the chat room, see what you guys have been saying. Well, Peter, is it all going to be Peter? Because Peter's a big music guy, and that's fine. But just going, is Peter going to be the only person participating in the conversation about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? He says that Mariah Carey was smoking in the 90s. I was never a big Mariah Carey fan. I didn't like sexually speaking, but musically either. I mean, I recognized instantly that she's a talent, but it wasn't really appealing to me. And even my other friends were like, "Dude, she's so hot." I was always like, "Is she though? Is she? Seems like a lot of makeup. Seems like there's a lot of shit going on. They're trying really hard with her. What does she look like when she wakes up?" Now who's the misogynist? Well, Bobby Polito, who's running for Congress down there in Corpus Christi. All right, thank you, Peter. Let's see. I'm a diehard rock. What else is this? Peter also says, I'm a diehard rocker and have Mariah Carey on my playlist because 40-year-old kids. There you go. See, it's all Peter. It's all Peter. Who's this? Thief Cinder. We've got a new one. You're damn right. Anything Thief Cinder says today, I'm putting on the screen because I've never seen him before. I don't even know if that's English. I'm sorry. You let me down. You let me down. What else do we have here? Ian P. I don't know that name. I'm sorry. Here's another musician in the chat room, our buddy Rob, Witch Kitty. Rob, I got to talk to Rob too. Nothing this week, brother, but next week's looking like it's opening up. Yes for Maiden. Yeah, Rob knows. Rob's a musician. Rob, actually, I want you to comment on all of these, Rob, because I would be very interested to see your take on some of these names that I'm going to mention. Rob says yes for Maiden. All right, let's keep going. All right, let's see. Who else? We've gone through one more recapping. Black Crowes don't get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mariah Carey does get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Melissa Etheridge doesn't get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Billy Idol doesn't get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but Iron Maiden does. This brings us to the conversation that we must have surrounding the New Edition. The New Edition. What did fucking New Edition do? I can't even name a New Edition. Cool it now. You've got to cool it now. Ooh, watch out. You're gonna lose control. Is that it? What else did they do? New fucking Edition. I'm sorry, they don't go in. Well, but Bobby Brown was in that band. Does Bobby Brown get in? No. So what the fuck are we talking about? Who cares? New Edition doesn't get in. They were a boy band. The New Edition was a boy band that was pieced together, and then that. Do you know what New Edition got us? New Edition is the whole reason that New Kids on the Block exist, and they don't fucking get in. And New Kids on the Block was way bigger than New Edition. No joke. The person who created New Edition created New Kids on the Block. That's the whole reason for the New Kids on the Block. He had created the New Edition. This is the New Edition, but now here's my next thing. They're the New Kids on the Block. It's all about, the new big thing. And he did New Kids on the Block because he said he could do the exact same thing he did with New Edition with white kids. And it blew up. But New Edition does not get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. All right, sorry, New Edition. I was there. I remember when you were at your zenith, and I don't think it was Rock and Roll Hall of Fame quality. That brings us to Pink. Pink is getting in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Pink's got one banger. Pink's got one, maybe she's got more, I don't know, but she's got that one banger, and I think it was her first hit. And it's still like every time I hear it, it's like, yeah, it's a good song. What's that song? What's that first? I'm coming out, so you better get the party started. Yeah, that's it. That's a banger. She ain't going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Pink? Again, she's like the Billy Idol of Billy Idol was almost like a novelty / one-hit one. What is Pink? Is Pink big? Is Pink bigger than I think she is? I don't think Pink goes into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. All right, joining Pink, not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because this person doesn't go either. Our next nominee, Shakira. No way. No way. Shakira. No, sorry. No Pink, no Shakira, no New Edition. But it does bring us to our next act. You're probably thinking, oh, Pugs, Look at you. You're just a white middle-aged guy. You want nothing to do with more urban or gritty stuff. You won't let New Edition in. You won't let Pink in. You don't want Shakira. I mean, look, you hate black people, lesbians, and Latinos. All right. I don't know that Pink's a lesbian. But I think she appeals to lesbians. You must be a racist. Really? Because our next candidate is the fucking Wu-Tang Clan, and they go in hard. The Wu-Tang Clan is another one of these first ballot bands that should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or at least the Museum of Popular American Music. There are very few bands that I can name off the top of my head, and I'll start with the Beatles, but there are very few other bands that I can name in that group as influential to multiple generations as the fucking Wu-Tang Clan were. Wu-Tang Clan never had a radio hit. Probably the most important collection of rappers that have ever fucking come out of the East Coast. Wu-Tang Clan goes in, and there shouldn't even be a second thought about it. Wu-Tang is in. By the way, did you ever see that thing on Prime, the Wu-Tang story? They made like a whole mini series, like of actors, like playing Old Dirty, and it's fucking crazy. It's pretty good, actually. You should watch it. It's a good story. I like Raekwon. It's a good story. They're good. It's like you actually get to know these guys, and you're like, oh, they're just like really talented dudes who got together and scared white people in America for 15 years. I love the Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, they're very cool. So they go in. All right. Recapping again. Black Crowes are not going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mariah Carey is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Melissa Etheridge is not going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but Billy Idol is also not going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Iron Maiden is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, so that's 2, and New Edition is not. Neither is Pink nor Shakira, but the Wu-Tang Clan is. All right, there you go. That's 3. We've got 3. We're going to do 6, right? So 6 of these. That's the first column. We took 3 from the first column. Now we've got a second column. We've got to cull 3 from this column. And this one is going to be hard. All right, here we go. First, remember now, we've got 3. We've got 3 going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the class of 2026. It's Mariah Carey, Iron Maiden, and the Wu-Tang Clan. First up for your consideration, Jeff Buckley. Jeff Buckley. Oh, what a beautiful poet. Died swimming in the river. Jeff Buckley. They made a documentary about him. No fucking way does Jeff Buckley go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's an underground indie artist that nobody knows. I mean, I do. I've actually seen him live. But nobody knows this guy, and he's not all that influential. He's talented. Look, the thing about Jeff Buckley is that his life was cut too short. He was immensely talented. He was a young man. He was an incredibly gifted songwriter. And then his life was cut. He jumped in a river before a recording session. He wanted to swim a little bit, and he ended up getting dragged by an undertow. Fucking tragic way to die. But he does not go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm so sorry. There you have it. So Jeff Buckley doesn't go in. But this next guy, we're just going to put him in. I'm not going to tell you his name. I'm not even going to tell you his name. He's going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm not telling you his name because we don't even need to think about it. And when I do finally reveal who this candidate is, you're going to be like, oh yeah, Pugs, move on. He's totally in. Phil fucking Collins. Of course he's in. Of course. How is Genesis must already be in, right? This has got to be like a second time thing. Yes, we're putting Phil Collins in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because you couldn't turn a radio on between 1983 and 1994 without hearing a fucking #1 Phil Collins solo hit. He was everywhere. He was super successful, massively popular. He's also very sick, and people love him. So let's put Phil Collins in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's 4. We've only got 2 more. Phil Collins will join Mariah Carey, Iron Maiden, and the Wu-Tang Clan in this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Our next candidate is Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill of the Fugees, Lauryn Hill, the Miseducation of Miss Lauryn Hill, a groundbreaking R&B/hip hop album. She won everything for the Miseducation, controversial, provocative album. Had the massive hit with the Fugees with Killing Me Softly, you know, the Roberta Flack Lauryn Hill is a nominee for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Lauryn Hill is not getting into the Rock and Roll fucking Hall of Fame. Sorry, she's not. She's terrific. She's got a beautiful voice. She's really kind of this cool sort of artist, but no, sorry. And I'm sorry, Lauren, but you're not getting in because the guy before you was Phil Collins. Do you think you in any way match up with Phil Collins? No. Sorry, Lauryn Hill does not get to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This next one is really hard for me. This next one is so fucking hard for me because we've only got 2 more slots. And if I'm like the guy, like if I'm the Grand Poobah of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and they put this band in front of me, I go fucking put them in. Why aren't they in already? Who do I fire for not having In Excess in already? In Excess is on the ballot. In Excess ain't getting in. Fuck. In Excess is such a great band. For 20 years, such a great band. Now, the first 10 years of their career, we only discovered after Kick and after, Devil Inside and all that. Then everybody went back and went, holy shit, did you guys ever hear Shabu Shaba? Have you guys ever, In Excess is fucking elite level for me as far as like music of that era. They were better than everybody else. They were doing things that were just slightly different. And then around the late 80s, they broke through with some pop hits. And I think that a lot of people are like, oh, that's who In Excess is. That ain't who In Excess is. Although even their pop hits were fucking bangers. Seriously. The Devil Inside, that's a great song. What's the album that came after it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're not going to waste any more time because unfortunately In Excess isn't going in. I hope they're on the ballot next year. I do think that In Excess deserves to go in, but knowing that I've only got 2 more slots and seeing who else we have here on the list of nominees, I'm going to have to take a pass on one of my favorite bands of all time, In Excess. Favorite In Excess song? Don't Change. Don't Change by In Excess is such a fucking banger. I love that song. It's one of my kids' hype songs. Yeah, my kid's got a whole bunch of really cool hype songs that he, plays before football. But a number of them are influenced by me. Like for instance, one of his go-to hype songs is Spirit of the Radio by Rush. He just fucking cranks it in his headphones and then he goes and plays Smash Mouth football. But Don't Change is also on there. Don't Change, In Excess. Great song. In Excess does not get in, and it breaks my heart. Check back in with the chat room. Let's see what you guys are saying. No, Peter, I don't want that. Now Peter's like, I will shut the fuck up because nothing really matters. Anyone can see nothing really matters. All right. Okay. Peter is saying that he likes Chris Whitley better than Jeff Buckley. And there's another name that nobody knows, but they are very comparable artists. Very good. Very nice comp. Let's see here. What is this? Hold on. All right, I'm going to try and fix what's going on here. We're going to take a little time out. Hey, Thief Cinder, I have a strong hint that I'm too late for the thing. What's the thing, man? Go ahead. I'm sorry. And then he posts this. You guys in the chat room, help him out if he's new. And Ian, okay. All right. Ian. Okay. Here we go. He's in the Hall Rock of Fame, one of the newest. Ian Pace is what you're saying. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was reading it wrong. All right, buddy. I gotcha. All right, let's go back to the list here. All right, thank you. Nope, don't need that. All right, where are we? All right, here we are. Once again, let's recap. Let's go through the list just for you people who maybe don't. We're not letting the Black Crowes in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We're not. Should be, but we're not. Not this time. Why? Because Mariah Carey is going in. Melissa Etheridge is not going in. Billy Idol is also not going in. Iron Maiden is going in. New Edition is not going in to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Neither is Pink or Shakira, but the Wu-Tang Clan is. We're also not going to let Jeff Buckley in. You know, you'd like to let Jeff Buckley in because he is a talented young man, but come on. Sorry. Jeff Buckley doesn't get in. Jeff Buckley doesn't get in because the guy we're going to compare him to is Phil fucking Collins. All right? Phil Collins should be the bar. When you're talking about people who deserve to be venerated in this way, you should have someone like Phil Collins right there. And when someone like Lauryn Hill or Jeff Buckley comes along, you got to say, well, how do they compare as a known artist? How do they compare as, you know, here's the goal. We want people to come to the museum. Do you think more people will come to the museum to see the Phil Collins stuff? Or do you think people will come to the museum to see Jeff Buckley or Lauryn Hill stuff? And that's how you get your answer. INXS is not going in. As much as it breaks my heart, INXS does not get in. You know who does get in? A combo. This is a combo. And I know this is a little bit weird or rare or not really something that's done much. Maybe it's been done before. I don't know. I can't say I've ever seen this done before. But it is two bands with essentially all the same members going in at once. And yes, you better goddamn well believe that Joy Division and New Order get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Joy Division is one of the most important bands that nobody gives any credit to. Joy Division started the whole thing. If you're a fan of electronica, if you're a fan of this or that, and I don't mean started the whole thing, because you go all the way back to Kraftwerks or whatever you want to do. But when I say started the whole thing, they were the first ones who started using that genre of music, electronica music, and getting some traction on radio. See, that stuff had never gotten any traction before. It had been around forever. It was played in clubs. People would pull it out at parties and play it on record players, but it didn't get any kind of commercial or public attention. Joy Division did. Joy Division broke through, and Joy Division is pretty much the band that set the table for all the others. The Depeche Mode, whatever you, the Cures, whoever you want to mention, although I wouldn't say that the Cure is necessarily an electronica band. Joy Division, their lead singer died. Terrible, terrible thing. Lead singer was fucking sick. He had epilepsy. He didn't die a rock and roll death. It's not like he was found, in a bathtub. He died, Ian Curtis, he died of epilepsy. Right at the peak. Joy Division was about to explode, and Ian Curtis dies of his epilepsy. The band goes away. The other members of the band just get back together and say, do you want to quit? And they're like, no, what do you want to do? Let's rename us. And they renamed them New Order. Okay? New Order then just completely set the table for all electronic music in the late 80s and early 90s. New Order and Depeche Mode, they are monsters. Depeche Mode is already in. It is time New Order goes in, and I am so glad that they are including Joy Division in that, because Joy Division, New Order are essentially the same thing. They go in. Woo! One more. We got one more. Holy shit, we got one more to go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We said it was going to be 6. They say sometimes it's 6 or 7. I think we've got 17 here, 17 nominees, of which 6 or 7 will go in. We decided 6 was going to be the number. We got 5. We got the Wu-Tang Clan. We got Iron Maiden. We got Mariah Carey. We got Phil Collins. And now we got Joy Division, New Order. We got 3 bands left. Here we go. Here are the 3 bands that are left. Oasis, Sade, and Luther Vandross. Woo, that's a tough one. 2 gotta go. 1 gotta stay. All right, so here's what we're going to do right from the outset, okay? I am so sorry. You're a smooth operator, but you got to get the fuck out of here, Sade. Okay? Sade, you had 1 hit, 1 song. No, nobody knows Sade other than Smooth Operator, and that's a groove. You can't take that away from her. That is a groove. That is, you can still hear that song, all of a sudden you're like, coast to coast, LA to Gelago. Oh my God. But I'm sorry, Sade, you don't get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not if I have anything to say about it, and I don't, but Luther Vandross. All right, so it's going to come down to Oasis or Luther Vandross. Now, I told you earlier when we were deliberating the fate of the Black Crowes, I told you that I was going to talk about another band that kind of fits almost similarly into the Black Crowes mold, and that's Oasis. I love Oasis. I love the Black Crowes. I love Oasis more than the Black Crowes. I think Oasis is one of the greatest rock and roll bands of the 1990s. Entertaining. They just knew how to do rock and roll. They knew how to do rock and roll, from the fights to the drunkenness to the getting arrested and the trouble and the not showing up to concerts to then just putting out an album with 10 consecutive absolute timeless bangers. That's who Oasis was. They were good. You didn't want them to be good. You wanted them to suck because you didn't want to like them. And then you're like, holy shit, I kind of like these guys. Oh my God, they're bad people, but I kind of like them. So that's what it's going to come down to here. We've got to decide. We've kicked out Sade. It's Luther Vandross versus Oasis. I'm putting Luther Vandross in. I'm putting Luther in. What? I'm sorry. It hurts me to do it. But I just think that he's too big. Luther Vandross is so big in soul music. He is so big in R&B. Luther Vandross has been dead 20 years, and he's still got songs that chart. He is a timeless artist. Now, he's a genre artist, right? I mean, I think that if you're somebody who grew up listening to metal, or somebody who grew up listening to punk, or even somebody who grew up listening to like hip hop, you may not know who Luther Vandross is. Actually, hip hop, you will. They sample a lot of his stuff. He's one of those guys that turns up a lot. Is that a Luther song? Is this a Vandross song? I happen to love Luther Vandross because my very good friend Doc, who was a producer with me back in my early days, was like the biggest Luther Vandross fan in the world. He's like, when Luther comes, I'm taking you to see Luther. And I'm like, okay. All right, so that's going to do it. He's going in. Luther Vandross is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Joy Division and New Order is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Phil Collins is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Mariah Carey is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Iron Maiden is going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And the Wu-Tang Clan is going in to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Now, let me hear it from everybody complain about how none of them bands is rock and roll. Fuck you. Okay, it's a museum. Popular music in America. Hey, speaking of this, I wanted to show you this. Did you see this happened? Britney Spears is trending again yesterday because she's making more videos. Let's watch the video. You know, we love Britney's videos. She used to make these videos all the time, and then apparently, I don't know, they changed her medicine and she stopped doing these videos. And now apparently she needs like a medicine tweak again because she's doing crazy videos. Let's watch Britney. This is the latest from Britney. Now, the big thing we're looking for here is her boob pops out, which would have been something I'd have been interested in 2004, but not so much now. I don't really need to see a homeless lady's boob pop out. All I got to do is go downtown Chicago and I can see that. This is pretty wild. Britney's doing it again. Drugged out, dancing in front of a static camera in her living room. Oh, they covered it? What are you covering it for? Come on. It's fucking, at this point, it's like a homeless woman's tit. This is like National Geographic. Ain't nobody looking at Britney Spears in 2026 and beating it. She's crossed the Rubicon. We don't know what this is now. Poor lady. I'm the bad guy. Oh, God. Jesus, look at that. Oh, this poor girl. She was destroyed. This poor girl was destroyed. This beautiful little girl that we all saw in 1998. She was beautiful, big smile. She's from where? She's from somewhere in Louisiana. She was just so cute. Then suddenly she became so hot, right? And then she became like sexy Britney. Like I like schoolgirl Britney, who was like a little cheerleader Britney, you know? She was innocent. She was kind of sweet, and she was doing "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time." And then all of a sudden it's toxic, you know? And she's like, you know, and that song's a banger. I'm sorry. That's the best Britney Spears song. We're talking about there are good Britney Spears songs. What do you mean there's good Britney Spears songs? Oh, shut the fuck up. Don't you know how it works? Britney didn't write these songs. Really talented, cool people who have written really cool things for a million other people wrote that song for her. The only thing you can comment about Britney is the performance, because that's all she has to do with anything. Toxic is a banger, man. Give Toxic to Give Toxic to the Cranberries. Let Dolores O'Riordan sing that. It'd be a banger. Well, she's dead. We can't do that. Anyway, let's continue on with more of Britney. What the fuck? Hold on. That last look. What is that? What is going on here? I don't know why I feel comfortable being like this to Britney Spears. I mean, she's obviously in the throes of well, she has been for 25 years, well documented. She was in a conservatorship. We know that she's fucking, we know this. Well, let's just go gape, I guess. She's being weird again. I approve. What's this? April, talking about Britney, says her boys are more proud of Dad K-Fed than their superstar mom. Oh, man, I know. Isn't that weird? I met Kevin Federline. Kelly and I interviewed Kevin Federline, and we say this every time we talk about Kevin Federline. He ain't what you people think he is. He wasn't at all. I mean, we sort of, I think that was the thing. Our takeaway from it was I really thought he was going to be just awful and he wasn't. He was just like a normal dude. And then you're like, wow, the media really does take the littlest thing and amplify it. And they just completely define you by whatever, you know? But I remember thinking Kevin Federline was okay. You know, it was a problem that day. I do remember Kevin Federline came just before Rob Schneider. That motherfucker was just awful. Rob Schneider was a grown-ass man with a little dog in a dog purse. And he's walking around, and we're in the middle of the interview, and Rob Schneider pulls his little dog out and puts it on the table, and the dog starts walking around, and it's disconnecting microphones, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys, I take my dog everywhere. And in my head, I'm like, you're a fucking weirdo, dude. You're a grown-ass man. You're bringing your dog to a fucking press event? I mean, tell me it's a publicity stunt, then maybe I'll be okay with it. But I think you just can't go out without your little fucking... And it wasn't a man's dog. I'm sorry. Oh, there goes Pugs with his gender roles. No, there are man's dogs and there are women's dogs. Now, that doesn't mean that a man can't love a woman's dog, but it's not going to change the fact that you've got a woman's dog. If you're a grown-ass man walking that chihuahua that you love, and, you know, because real men love dogs, and it doesn't matter whether they're male dogs or female dogs. My point is this. You might love that chihuahua, but I'm driving down the street going, look at that dude with the chihuahua. All right. More of Britney. There's the look. I don't know what's happening with her, and I think we should just move on. All right. Let's see. What else do we have? Anything else? Will Britney go in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Oh, wow. Look at me getting comfortable. Hey, this is new. I don't think I've ever done this before with the microphone. This ain't bad. Let's do that with Britney, because she would be at the point in her career where she would absolutely be eligible. Does Britney Spears get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? You're goddamn right she does. Yes, of course she does. She sold like 300 million albums. Yes, she's also a train wreck, but how many train wrecks are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Pretty sure we got Brian Wilson and Sly Stone in there. There are plenty of fucking train wrecks in there. She deserves it. If she was nominated and she was on there just simply by star power, by somebody who an exhibit focused on them might draw people from all around the world. You're goddamn right. Britney Spears deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let's get her in. Let's get her in because I want to see a speech. Can she leave? Can she leave? Like, is she allowed to leave? You know what I'm saying? Is she allowed to leave where she lives? I don't know. Oh, hey, is Maddie in the chat room? We want to talk to Maddie. Maddie's got breaking news. I want to talk to her. Well, it was breaking a couple hours ago, but we've been following and tracking the behavior of Shia LaBeouf, famous American actor, although not really. I think, you know what? I think that Shia LaBeouf got passed up by Timothée Chalamet. I think Timothée Chalamet has a lot of the very same acting qualities and chops that Shia LaBeouf has. Shia LaBeouf is an apex actor. Say what you will about Shia LaBeouf is a brilliant actor. He's a douchebag, and he's out there running around, probably bipolar, probably, you know, all kinds of problems. But you can't take away from the fact that Shia LaBeouf can act. He's an actor. He's difficult. He doesn't get cast in things because he's hard to be around, but he's good. Timothée Chalamet is also really good. And I think that the ascension of Timothy Chalamet into, and by the way, Timothy Chalamet, when I say the ascension of Timothy Chalamet is now in Leonardo DiCaprio area. He has now ascended to that A-list #1 box office guarantee, and the critics love him. That's who Timothy Chalamet is. That's who Leo used to be. Anyway, I'm watching that Marty Supreme, and I can't stop saying this movie was probably written with Shia LaBeouf in mind, because he plays Marty Supreme almost like he's Shia LaBeouf. Anyway, Maddie's been tracking him. Shia LaBeouf recently broke up with his wife. Was he married? I'm not sure if he's married or not. Mia Goth, who is a terrific and really interesting young actress and artist and creator there in Hollywood. She's definitely very hot. Industry hot. Not mainstream, everybody knows her name hot, but industry hot. People take meetings with Mia Goth. She was married to Shia LaBeouf, and they broke up. Apparently she was like, you're kind of an asshole, and so she kicked him out, and Shia LaBeouf responded to that by taking his sober ass, because remember, a big part of his personal story is that he's been battling these demons his whole life, and he's clean and he's sober now and all of that. Mia Goth dumps him. He gets on the first fucking plane to New Orleans, because why? Because it's Mardi Gras time. And over the course of a week, he got arrested a bunch of times and got into fights. We watched videos of him getting beat up. And now today, coming out of the great state of Louisiana, is an update on Shia LaBeouf and what they're planning on doing with him. Maddie was supposed to have this. There she is. Maddie, bad time. I know I blindsided you.
No, you're good. You're good. I was on the phone with my broker, but that we were wrapping up the call, so it's all good.
All right, so here's the thing. Let me set it up for you, and then you need to tell us, what is the latest? What is this breaking news on Shia LaBeouf? Because we know about the fight. We know about him getting arrested. We know about him getting out of jail and then immediately going back to Bourbon Street. But we kind of lost track of him. And we were wondering, would he get arrested anymore in New Orleans? What's the latest on Shia LaBeouf and his crazy 10 days in New Orleans?
Well, so for sure, he went to court this morning. So that was, after the arrest, and then he got bonded out, which funny story. He got bonded out by some lady, not even a person he knows, who just saw, he put a post on his Twitter, X, whatever, that said, "Free me."
Yeah, that's awesome. I would love to be able to do that. Could you imagine being able to? That's awesome.
And some person, I don't know if they're a local Louisiana person, but I would assume that they obviously knew how to bond somebody out of Jefferson Parish prison, went, posted his bond to get him out of jail. He reimbursed her 3 times whatever she paid to get him out. And then they went back out on Bourbon Street. And then there's pictures of them 2 partying together. And then, of course, he did more of his terroristic acts all over town.
And I wonder if he ghosted her, because you know that this chick thought this is going to be a great opportunity for me to hang out with a movie star. And, she probably is the one who said, you want to go drinking? Like, she bails him out. He gets out. He probably wanted to just go his own way, right? But she's like, hey, you want to go grab a drink? And he's like, yeah, let's go. So now they're partying, and she thinks that she's in the Shia LaBeouf inner circle. It's the most exciting thing that's ever happened to her. She's now friends with a celebrity. And then he goes to the bathroom and never comes back.
Conceivably. I mean, there's plenty of pictures with him and her together. To say that evolved any further past that particular evening series of events, I'm glad she got her money back. I'm glad she got compensated accordingly to whatever the agreement was. And maybe that's as much as she was just like, whatever, I have a funny story to tell in future circles, right? Like, I'm the one that bailed out Shia LaBeouf. Maybe she's got she's got some internet clout.
Look, that's a very real thing, because you would think, I think the instinctive reaction to that is, oh, what kind of a crazy person would do that? But then if you actually just think about it, you're like, I don't know, somebody fun with some money that wanted to just see what would happen. I mean, why not? I might do it if I had the money laying around.
Why not? Yeah. She's the lady. She will forever go down in the annals of history as the lady who bailed out Shia LaBeouf on Mardi Gras.
It's a great story. 10 years from now, she'll be out to dinner and she'll tell the story, and somebody will be like, I don't believe that. And then she'll pull out her phone and she'll fucking text Shia LaBeouf, who will respond.
I'll take it one step further than that. So, New Orleans is a big metropolitan city, but here's the thing about New Orleans, and a lot of people kind of don't understand this if you've never been and you've never lived there. And my whole family's from there, and I lived there for a time myself. But despite its size and the number of people who live there, and also the amount of tourism that they get, New Orleans functions as a very small microcosm. And so guaranteed, she will be recognized on the streets, because this is big news for New Orleans. Even though we do have kind of a small movie industry down here, the people of New Orleans are not so jaded by the quote unquote sightings in the wild of celebrity. And that is still very unique and very interesting to the people of New Orleans. And so, she is forever and will be noticed, because like I said, pictures went out, and I'm sure that even at her church on Sunday, or when she went and got her ashes for Ash Wednesday on Wednesday, or when she went to the hair salon or the nail salon, she's that lady now.
Yeah, she's got a thing. She's gonna dine out for years on this. All right, so what happened with Shia today?
So Shia went into court to get, to get his whatever the sentencing is going to be. And they have come down and they put him back in jail, but he bonded out immediately for $100,000. But now he is being put in court mandated rehab.
All right. So can he leave though, or has he got to stay there? Because
he left this morning already. Like, he didn't spend any time in jail. Like, he just immediately went and bonded out. But here's the thing. So, I will say this about his experience with the rehab circumstances. First of all, because of the fact that he's a repeat offender, and because he has this history, which is, I read the article this morning, and basically the judge is saying like, hey, I've seen so much evidence of the fact that you have a consistent substance abuse problem. They've already had him drug tested. They did not find other substances in his blood, but they showed the testing showed that he had evidence of alcohol still in his system. So they're showing this as a consistent pattern of behavior. And so, under normal circumstances, he might have been able to say something like, well, okay, I'll go to whatever rehab I want to choose. But I have a feeling that the court here in New Orleans is going to be a little more heavy-handed about that. And I think that they're probably going to force him to go to a local rehab so that they can monitor what's going on. And here's what's going to happen from that. Those rehab programs that get run in California, that are largely nothing more than resorts that have like yoga classes in the morning and art classes in the afternoon, and then they have to sit down and talk about their feelings in front of a therapist. That's California rehab. That ain't what's going to happen down here. And the rehabs here are largely like hospitals, or we have some rehab facilities that are not so much hospital settings, but they are literally like farms where you go and do like labor. Like, you got to cook in kitchens, or you got to go pick stuff out in the fields. Like, not gonna be cushy, not gonna be easy or comfortable.
See, but here's where, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. Like, I like to make fun of Shia Lebeouf. He is famous. He's got more money than me. He's probably got a much better life than me. But I'm not looking to be punitive here. He didn't do anything wrong. He got drunk. How many other teenagers got drunk? He made a fool of himself. He embarrassed himself publicly because he's famous and everybody knows what he acts like when he gets drunk. I'm not looking to make him do labor or anything. I mean, the guy's got a problem. We need to let him focus on the problem, or he'll be dead within 5 years.
Well, here's the thing. When I say labor, I don't mean like he's going to be out there digging ditches like he's in prison. I'm saying like these are self-sufficient rehab facilities where when you're there, you're contributing to the rehab facility. So it's like
you're treated like a real person, not like a celebrity who's being shielded from the prying press.
That, they're not bringing you a cappuccino, in the middle of the afternoon, or like, oh, go to the coffee bar and get yourself a coffee. The people who are allowed to go into these places, they are self-contained and they are self-sufficient. So like, they fix stuff around the house. They cook and clean to keep the facility straight. So as I'm saying, like, it's going to be a far different circumstance than what he might have experienced on the West Coast, where those are where, like, the famous people go and they get to have a vacation for 30 or 60 days. It's not going to be that. But also, let's be real clear about what he did. Yes, he did get drunk, but that's not what he got arrested for. He got arrested for fighting and causing a disturbance.
Oh, in New Orleans, on Bourbon Street, on Mardi Gras.
Hold up. I'm going to completely reject your premise here, because I am a New Orleanian, and I've already told you that in New Orleans, at no other time of the year, there is one rule of law, and that is to not be an asshole. Period.
All right.
You can be drunk. You can show your tits. You can piss on the street. But the one thing that the NOPD will not allow, and its citizens, because mostly it was largely citizens involved in this, they will not allow fighting, and they will not allow ruining the vibe. Right?
All right. But
That's it.
It's not a capital crime. He's a drunk celebrity. He's not the first, I mean, he needs help. We're all laughing at the worst thing is that we're
But he
all
got
laughing
treated
at him
like
again.
anybody else would have. His celebrity didn't carry any clout for
And that's
him
great.
here.
And that's the way it should be when you
There
fuck
he
up
is.
outside Hollywood. You fuck up
That's
in
it.
Des Moines, Iowa, you get treated the way people who fuck up in Des Moines, Iowa get treated. I think that that's right. I do want to talk for a moment here with you. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but I used to have this. I have a fascination with the two sides of the sword here: the fall from grace and the redemption arc, right? So these are two things in the world of celebrity I've always been interested in. To give you an example,
Like the Robert Downey Jr. effect.
Well, like the greatest fall from grace, I believe, in the history of falling from grace, I think is Bill Cosby. I think Bill Cosby.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Bill Cosby, O.J. Simpson, right? These people went from being household names. If you were a racist middle-aged man in the 70s, they were two of the good ones. That's what they were. They were beloved, and they transcended race at a time when that was really important. And then they fucking squandered it all because Bill Cosby is a rapist and O.J. Simpson is a murderer. So those are the great fall from graces. You just mentioned the redemption arc. We just saw Britney Spears. I don't see a redemption arc in her future, but the greatest redemption arc in history is Robert Downey Jr. And I think that needs to be what Shia LaBeouf looks at, because Shia LaBeouf is an immensely talented actor. He really is gifted, and he's fucked up, and he's gonna blow it. And we saw this with Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. gets nominated for his first Oscar for Chaplin, and within the next 5 years, he's the biggest punchline in America. He is Danny Bonaducci level punchline, and Robert Downey Jr. today, 25 years later, is one of the most highly regarded actors in Hollywood. So the redemption arc does happen. We do destroy you. We will knock you down, but we will also root for you to come back. And I hope that that's what's in Shia LaBeouf's future.
I do too. I mean, I'd love to see the same thing happen for Shia. I mean, I don't have a hate in my heart for Shia. I don't know him. I don't have that kind of emotions for him.
But I'll make fun of him
he's
if
going to
he
have
keeps
to do the
fucking up.
work.
Yeah. Right. You and I agree on that. We'll make fun of him if he fucks up, because I'll make fun of my best friend if he fucks up, right? But I'm not looking to drag him over. I wish the best for him. I don't have any hatred for him. I don't think you do either.
For sure. If I had been on the streets of Mardi Gras and I saw some dummy fighting with 3 people and calling gay people the F word, I'd say, ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, fuck
and
that
if
guy.
if I circled around the corner and saw that the police had him on the ground and they were cuffing him, I'd be like, he should have had known better. Like, I don't feel any differently about this. His celebrity carried no weight. He got what he got because he did what he did. And in that moment, in that city, in that time frame, there is a zero tolerance policy for being an asshole, period. The rule of law is just be cool. You can be drunk. You can drink on the streets. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. You can do all kinds of things. The rules are off the books. In fact, during that time frame in Mardi Gras, there is an unwritten rule that because the NOPD is going to be monitoring that party so actively, that if you live outside of that area and you get into like a minor fender bender that doesn't result in an injury, the rule of law is you just simply exchange information in insurance companies. You do not call the police and you go on about your business. Like, that's just how serious Mardi Gras is for New Orleans. It's a huge tourism attraction, and the NOPD has that down to a science. Okay, so he did it, and he got what he got. But if he does the work and he cleans up, I mean, he looks terrible. I sent you that picture of him this morning going to court. He didn't even look like he took the court situation seriously. You saw what he was looking like.
Well, he's in crisis. He's in mental decline, and he's got addictive personalities, and he thinks his life is falling apart because his wife left him, and he doesn't give a shit. He needs help. Yeah, he just needs help.
And every day since this has happened, there has been some picture that's hit the local news with him sitting outside of bars. He got kicked out of a church to try to go get his ashes on Ash Wednesday. They wouldn't even let him in there. Could probably reeked of alcohol, and they thought, oh, we're gonna want this guy coming in here and being rowdy.
Probably looks like a homeless guy. I keep going back and maybe I'm a little bit meaner to other people, but with Shia LaBeouf, I keep going back to that movie Honey Boy, because I think that's a really good movie. It's supposed to be his life story and how he became.
It was a sad movie.
what he is.
Yeah,
It's an incredibly sad movie. I
it
mean,
is.
the kid, Honey Boy, in the movie Honey Boy, who is Shia LaBeouf, you're watching that, and I'm going, there is no way this person grows into a decent man. This poor kid is being absolutely shortchanged at every turn here as a child growing up. He's got a shit mom, shit dad, shit this. Everything's awful. They're poor. They're broke, you know? So I kind of do have a soft spot for Shia LaBeouf, and I hope that he does well. Chat room, got a question for you. I just brought this up. I was talking about redemption arcs. I'm at a loss. I got Robert Downey Jr. He's always my number one. Chat room, help me out. Are there any other people who have suffered a fall from grace, meaning humiliated publicly, whether it was criminal or drugs or, oh, I'll never work with that person, who then rallied in subsequent years and made everybody forget about all
This
of
might
that
be a
stuff?
controversial one, but what about Pam Anderson? Like she kind of fell from grace, and that sex tape came out, and she was kind of untouchable, and then all that stuff happened with her, and what's the husband, and
Tommy
so
Lee?
she was. Yeah, Tommy Lee, and she was kind of human, but now she's having a resurgence of career. She's completely changed her look. She's no longer this made-up Barbie doll.
No, she's aging wonderfully. The criticism that I always have, hold on. The criticism I always have from Madonna is that she is aging poorly. That Madonna is 60-something years old and she dresses like a club girl in New York. It looks absurd. Helen Mirren is just a couple of years older than Madonna, and she looks amazing. This example,
right?
Yeah, right. You can be an older woman and still be beautiful and elegant and desirable. It's just that Madonna is trying too hard to stay 28. She's
The train is off the tracks there.
Yeah.
She's had way too much work done, and she's doing some weird stuff. But yeah, like as opposed to Pam Anderson, who is now showing up in public. She had her breast enlargements taken out. She is not wearing very much makeup. She's dressing elegantly. People are finding fault with that, though, by the way. People are saying she looks terrible, what she's doing to herself. She's being natural. She's embracing who she is.
Yeah.
And she is getting roles, and she's showing up on the red carpet again. She's back in, like did she have a substance abuse fall from grace? No, but she had a PR problem for a long time. And, and the sex tape thing came out.
Hold on. Did she get like TB or something from Kid Rock? Remember that? She got some disease.
Lord.
Her and Kid Rock were sharing some skank disease back and forth. I don't remember what it was. But here, I'm trying to find you a picture of to show people what we're talking. Here she is. All right. Well, these are just random pictures from the old Bing machine. Because remember, kids, if you want to display pictures, Bing is better than Google. Bing images. All right. That's kind of weird because her hair is blowing. All right, that is an elegant in the black with the pearls or whatever. All right, that's old. That's old, right? Well, I don't know if you can see it. All right, classic Pam. All right, there's like current 60-something-year-old Pam Anderson. I think she looks fantastic for a 60-something-year-old woman. There she is again. Look at that. That is elegant. That is aging appropriately.
I think she looks wonderful. She looks beautiful, and she looks natural, and like she's enjoying her life. And she's been saying that in interviews that she has opted for a quieter, more out of the spotlight life, that she wants to be a serious actress. She wants serious roles. And she had a movie that came out not long ago that was about like being a Vegas showgirl. I watched it. It was excellent.
Yeah, no.
Indie film.
Hold on. She was very good in it. That movie was terrible. Did you like that movie? I thought that movie was so boring. I thought she was good. I watched it for her.
Like odd stuff. But yeah, I did watch it for her, but I thought it was, it was kind of documentary-esque, and it kind of wanted to tap into, but I thought that the emotions that she displayed towards her kind of like it was very parallel to her life, this aging Vegas showgirl that was losing her spotlight, trying to figure out what her next step was, and I thought she did a beautiful job.
I'm gonna use the word, an aging whore. The story of an aging whore, a woman who used her sexuality to her benefit, great benefit, her entire life. In this case, it is a Vegas showgirl. In the real life, it is Pam Anderson. But now we're at a point where the looks are fading, and you can't lean on what you've leaned on. That's what the story that I can't remember the name of the film, but that's what the story was about, and it's a very powerful message because we all change as we age, and when you base your entire life, when your entire sense of being is based on your sexuality, and then that goes away at 45 or whatever, I mean, that's going to change you. Adam is in the chat room. He says about Pamela Anderson, she didn't get nominated for an Oscar. I like to read it in this tone because I think that Adam is snarky and condescending. She didn't get nominated for an Oscar because she ain't good. So good for her for being relevant, but that's not redemption.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah,
I'm sure
thanks,
Pam
Adam.
Anderson is crying in her tea right now because Adam thinks that she ain't good.
Yeah, I don't think Adam knows that she was fucking very good in that. And I don't know that she deserved an Oscar nomination because there were plenty of people. Plenty of people were good.
It was a Sundance kind of a film, and
Yeah.
I did watch it
Right.
because I was curious, and again, like I said, I think that there is a redemption arc there for her, and in a different way, and I'm happy for her, and because that's at the end of the day, like if she's found peace in her life, which it seems like she has, and she's embraced who she is, and she's no longer trying to be something she doesn't feel genuine in her heart, and she's no longer wanting to try to pretend to be something she isn't, and she's found that place for herself. Great.
Exactly. She's never been a terrible person. She's just
a
sexy woman who a bunch of rich guys in Hollywood exploited to their own benefit. That's all she is.
And in a time when that was the way you made it in Hollywood, let's give her some fucking credit. This was the 90s, and the only way that hot women got parts was to be hotter women than the other hot women.
I will also say this about her sex tape, her so-called scandal. She legitimately has a sex tape because her and Tommy never intended for that to be released. All the celebrity sex tapes that came after, we have to look side-eyed at and go, were they just doing this for the publicity? Pam and Tommy did not want that released. That is a legitimate violation of their privacy. And if you want to mock them for that, I'll say, well, you've never been in love. You've never fucked around with somebody, been a young married couple, or whatever. That's all they were doing.
Whatever hypersexualized couples do in the privacy of their own home or on their boat or wherever these things happen, and they were into that kind of kink or whatever it was, that's their business. That tape was locked in a safe, and one of their people that was in their inner circle betrayed them, stole that, and released it. Unlike Kim Kardashian, who literally leaked her own sex tape.
Hey, watch your mouth on Kim. All right, April in the chat room, she says, and Pam Anderson bagged Liam Neeson. Yeah, good for her. She's got a legitimate A-list actor boyfriend. That's good. We like that. Adam really fucking hates Pam Anderson. I don't know what
that's okay.
About. That's fine.
Okay. Look, I wasn't a Baywatch fan, but
never saw an episode of Baywatch.
Me neither. But guess what? A bunch of people did.
Right.
And it stayed on the air for a long ass time. And they were huge in Germany. And then she made a career off of that. And then she went on to do.
She's more than that. She's more than that. Pam Anderson, according to Adam, she might be a terrible actress. Maybe she is. I don't know. I thought she was good in that Showgirls thing. I thought she was funny in the Naked Gun movie. Adam says she sucked. Here's what Pam Anderson is, and I'm sure this is going to.
Wasn't she on Tool Time too? Wasn't she the Tool Time girl?
But that wasn't acting. That wasn't acting. That was before she was famous. She was just like,
it was window dressing. She was window dressing, but that was the role.
Okay,
that's what they wanted.
We can't compete to talk. We've got to slow our pace down.
Got it.
And when I stop, you stop. All right.
Yeah.
Pam Anderson. I lost my train of thought. Now I was going to make one more observation about her. Let me offer this one to you, Maddie.
Okay.
My big pick to click to have a major career resurgence. I think we have a female Robert Downey Jr. because this is a person who I've always said she's immensely talented and she's a complete fuck up. And I know what I want to say about Pam Anderson. Whatever you think about her, she's an American cultural icon, even though she's Canadian. And we're going to move on from that. But what she represents pop culturally in this country cannot be taken away from her, whether you think she's a good actress or not. Now to my redemption story.
Okay.
Lindsay Lohan. I could see Lindsay Lohan winning an Oscar in 15 years and all of us going, wow.
Already on the rise. She again, same reason. She'd done the work. Her life could be Britney Spears right now. Could be. And she's not even living here in the States now. Didn't she move to some other country? I think I read that recently.
Yeah, a couple of years back, she hooked up with a really awful, evil Russian oligarch who's sort of been funding all of her stuff. And her personal life is still a little bit sus. But the point is that she has not been arrested in like 15 years, which is good, right? That's good.
Right.
And also, she was so famous. Lindsay Lohan was absolutely an A-lister for about 2 or 3 years, and then
Big time.
all of the issues compounded. But she was an A-lister not because like why Paris Hilton could have been considered an A-list for a period of time. She was an A-lister because people in Hollywood believed that she was a bona fide triple threat. She could sing, she could dance, she could act, she could do comedy, she could do drama. She is a good actress who is well respected among the power people there in Hollywood. So you combine all of these things, and I think I could totally see her winning an Oscar in 15 years for a mom who's, dying of ALS or something, I mean, I can totally see that because we love that in this country. We love the redemption.
If that's what she wants for herself, like I said, and she may go to that, may go that path. She may just decide that, Hollywood isn't for her anymore. But here's the thing. Like, my thing is for all these people who have had these challenging backstories, all the things that have gone on, let's be honest here. The typical way this ends for them is early death. Okay,
Oh,
we
yeah.
have seen that over and over again. And so I think it's a success story if they live past it long enough to even get to some level of sobriety, because we could be also talking about any number of other A-list Hollywood actors, seriously talented people who they find dead in their living room or a hotel room of an overdose.
Yeah, I'm also endlessly fascinated with how we deify people simply for dying young. Like, you look at the Doors, and I like the Doors. Doors are a great band. But what if Jim Morrison hadn't died and they just kept going? And now, all these years later, we look at them like, I don't know, Creed or Nickelback. What if they didn't go on? Because the reason that we deify these things is because of all of the genius work we imagine they would have done if they were still alive. But what if they didn't? What if that was just it? What if Jim Morrison wasn't? Kurt Cobain, to bring it a little bit more in my generation. Everybody, Gen X is like, he was a god, he would have done all these things. We don't know that. We don't know. I mean, Alice in Chains, they didn't continue to go on and do.
Right?
Yeah, people fall apart, so I don't know, but we do
Heath
deify
Ledger.
people.
Heath Ledger. Perfect example. Incredibly talented actor on the rise, not only on the rise, but had already really established himself and fell into this weird place after during that Batman movie, and died like that.
Yeah. All right. There's a lot of those. You got your Heath Ledgers. Philip Seymour Hoffman is another one that I always get upset.
Another one.
James Gandolfini just kills me because all the stuff that James Gandolfini was starting to do, the independent films and all that stuff, the post-Sopranos stuff, all of that stuff was so different than Tony Soprano, and he was so fucking good. And then he died. Did you ever see the James Gandolfini movie that he did with Julia Louis-Dreyfus, where they play like two middle-aged people who fall in love?
I don't think so. I'll have to look that one up.
It is amazing. It's such a fucking great movie. It's like, I want James Gandolfini and Julie Louis-Dreyfus to be my best friends. I want them to be my couple friends, and we'll go out to, anyway, it's a great movie. All right, we got to move on because we've spent way too much time on the Hollywood stuff.
Okay, the redemption arc, because I was going to bring up Brendan Fraser because he's having a great redemption arc right now too. Now, not from substance abuse, but remember, he fell from public eye. He kind of got pigeonholed, and now he's coming out.
He was a joke because of Encino Man, and because was he in Dude, Where's My Car? I don't think he was. Maybe he was. I don't know. But he was a joke, Brendan Fraser, and he got sidelined from really good roles until he got older. And now we're starting to see, by the way, Gods and Monsters, I think is what it was, about 20 years ago. That was the movie that Brendan Fraser did with Serene, whoever it was. Anyway, Serene McKellar. Ian McKellar won the Oscar for Best Actor for that, or maybe Best Supporting Actor. But that was the first time where I went, "That's fucking Encino Man! Holy shit, he's an actor!"
The Mummy guy, right?
Yeah, the Mummy guy. So there are people who change. All right, thank you, Maddie.
All right, talk to you soon.
There she goes. That's Maddie. All right, we got a bunch more to do. Unfortunately, I got to go to the bathroom again. So another quick break. We got a lot of stuff left. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to do a supersized show today. So please hang in there. I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom. right, here we go back. By the way, I gotta say, look who's being, look here, hold on. I want to show this here. Here you go, Mr. Liberal himself, Adam Reyna. So misogynistic, isn't he? His hatred for Pamela Anderson. I mean, my God, she's not a good actress. Why? She's a fine actress. Is she here's my question. Adam thinks that Pamela Anderson has never been a good actress, and she probably never will be, he says. Okay, well, I mean, that's an opinion, which is fine, but we're here in the business of having fun with opinions, so let's go back and forth on this. Your opinion is that she's never been a good actress. Well, what is a good actress? I mean, I need to know what, because this is your opinion. I need to know what you think a good actress is. Let me ask you this. Is she, Pamela Anderson, is she as good an actress as Kaylee Cuoco? Like, would you like say, no, Kaylee Cuoco's got chops? I mean, I really don't know where you're coming from other than you're just leaning into the old programmed idea that Pamela Anderson can't have anything because she's just a hot chick in a bathing suit. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from because I've seen examples of Pam Anderson being incredibly charming. I've seen examples of her being able to, act as a character other than CJ from Baywatch or as herself, as she has many times. That Showgirls movie, I know you say she was terrible and that's why she wasn't nominated. I think she wasn't nominated because it was a small film and that nobody had seen it, but we'll disagree on whether or not she's terrible. We're also going to disagree on whether or not Pamela Anderson has zero acting ability. I don't think that's true. I mean, she may not be, Helen Mirren, Meryl Streep. She may not even be, who's the hot chick from Modern Family that I love? The Mexican chick, not Mexican, Colombian. You're a racist. Well, I mix them all. I don't know. What's that chick's name? Sofia Vergara? How about Adam? Who's a better actress? Sofia Vergara or Pam Anderson? I'm just trying to figure out, why. For me, who's a bad actress? Like if I gotta point somebody out and go, oh, they're a bad actress. Who's a bad actress? I don't know that I can name one because everybody that I've ever seen in anything on TV or in movies has gone through some form of acting. It's not like I'm showing up at the regional dinner theater and seeing a car dealer who's never acted before up there playing Willie Loman. I mean, I don't know who is a bad. I mean, I know there are great actors. I just don't know if there are bad, right? Do you know how many people, do you know that it was a foregone conclusion? It was just, again, programming does this. It was just absolutely accepted and people just repeated verbatim for years. For a decade of this man's career, Keanu Reeves was the worst fucking actor in Hollywood. That's not even remotely true. Keanu Reeves is a really gifted actor. But it was programmed because he played dumb guys and, he was handsome and why not kick the fucking young guy with a bright future in the nuts? And so for years it was Keanu Reeves can't act. And I always thought, I don't know if that's true. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, it's a comedy, but he plays that role very well. He plays the almost exact same character in the film Parenthood. And that's sort of when people started saying that Keanu Reeves can't act because Parenthood, he also played a Bill and Ted's type guy. And they're like, that's all he is. And I'm like, I don't know. And then Point Break, right? People slammed him for Point Break. He's like, he's terrible. Who was he? Was he Johnny Utah? Was that him? He wasn't terrible in Point Break. He was fine in Point Break. Speed. The guy, he can't act. He's got one. No, Keanu Reeves is a good actor. He's a good actor. He's a beloved actor. But the programming from 25, 30 years ago was he's the worst actor in Hollywood. Same for Kevin Costner. They used to say that about Kevin Costner. Then he fucking cleaned out the fucking Oscars with Dances with Wolves, and everybody was like, oh, I guess he can't act. So this whole idea of, can't act, I think it's about the roles and the characters and what's written and what you're allowed to perform as. Because anybody that you're going to see in a Hollywood film or anybody that you're going to see as a regular in a, big time produced television series, those people at least have a modicum level. Just their floor is bigger or higher than the rest of us when it comes to acting. So I don't know. She's a bad. I don't know of any bad actors and actresses. I know the great ones, but the great ones are great because the roles are great. Oh, by the way, there is something there is something that I don't know if you're in the right headspace or not to watch. I watched about 15 minutes of it, and I'll go back to it. I will finish it because it is truly great. But on Netflix, there's this new special. We talked about this. We're focused. I'm obsessed with the whole celebrity death trilogy thing. I think that we have half the audience right now at 301 that we would on a normal day. And I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the chat rooms not being right. Couldn't possibly because I suck. I clock what our numbers are at different times. We got half the number. Forgot what I was saying. I'm just distracted by the fact that the show is absolutely tanking right now. Nobody is participating. It's like half the chat room. Where's everybody? All right, hold on. Right now, Ed is sitting at his desk and there is steam coming out of his ears. All right, let's keep going. Anyway, I don't know. Bad actor. They're bad movies and they're bad roles, but again, everybody has gone through much more acting training than you or I or anybody else. So I don't know. It's what it's like. Here's the comp that I'll make. It's like when somebody sees somebody playing at professional football or whatever, and they go, "That guy sucks," and I'm always like, compared to fucking what? This guy made it through an NFL training camp and made the fucking team, and your fat ass is sitting on your couch drinking a beer, shoving nachos down your gullet, going, "This guy sucks." And I'm like, yeah, I bet he was the best kid on every team he ever played on, you fuck. So that's kind of how I feel about actors. They can all do something. You just may not like them. By the way, I also wanted to point this out with Maddie, which I think is the coolest thing about Shia Lebeouf. His name literally translates to the beef. Wouldn't that be cool? Like, Lebeouf in France, or in French, Lebeouf is the beef. God, that's cool. Think he's laid that on some chicks before? They call me the beef. I hope he can live up to it. That's all I'm saying. I hope he never said, "This is why they call me the beef," and somebody was like, "Oh, should call you Slim Jim." I don't know. You got if your name is the beef, you got to back it up. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. Looking at Shia LaBeouf, he could have a giant hog. I don't know, but the beef is his name. Good for him. All right, let's see. We went through the Britney Spears thing. We got some video here. Let's watch this. Check this out. We're gonna watch some video here. Yeah. So we got Senator Mitch McConnell. He's nothing. He is nothing. I know that he's like, he's president or senator, whatever the fuck he is in the Senate at this point. He is a broken husk of a man who is being pushed around by his benefactors and his big money donors, and he's just there to can he still cast the vote in our favor? All right, wheel him out there. This man should have retired 15 years ago. This is elder abuse. At this point, what they're doing to Mitch McConnell is elder abuse. Here he is yesterday. It's nothing to laugh about there. That's not funny. You're a monster if you're laughing at that. Did I not share? Did that not share? All right, we'll do it one more time. On my end, it doesn't look like it's shared. Oh my God, things are so crazy today. Well, let's see. Let's go on. Let's get it up there. One more time. We'll watch this. Mitch McConnell yesterday. Oh no, my internet isn't working. And it's not sharing. Hold on. All right, here we go. Nothing shares now. Nothing is sharing. Did that share a minute ago? Share screen. Yes. Share screen. I want to share this. And now I'm going to share it. There it is. All right. Finally, let's watch this one more time. Which we found yesterday.
Working people off the streets and kidnapping them.
Okay. All right. As I meant to do that recovery was, kind of worth the chuckle. That's not funny. That's not funny. That is an example of our broken system. The fact that guy, politically speaking, not a big Mitch McConnell fan, never have been. I've always thought he was one of these typical bought and paid for run-of-the-mill bullshit senators. Risen to a position of immense power and influence. And I don't know what kind of, my point is this. That dude is not making any decisions. That dude has probably not made a decision in 10 years. The people who fucking write the checks are the guys who have been making the decisions for him. That guy can't even walk. We've seen multiple videos of him freezing up in the middle of a press conference. And now this is, by my count, the 4th time we've seen him fall. There's a whole bunch of these videos of him falling. We keep electing the same people over and over again because it's our guy is great. It's your guy that you need to vote out of office. Very, very troubling and upsetting. Let me see. What else do we have here? Story, left masculinity. Do I want to talk about? No, I don't want to get into the whole. I know Adam. I told Adam earlier today that I would get into this argument with him today over the issue of the left and the left's complete lack of masculinity. But I don't want to get into it. I'm too tired and it's already 3:00. I'll show you this, running through some videos. Here's an example of, once again, I like to point this out, examples of just how we're being manipulated. And there are these incredibly popular and widely distributed and amplified websites that are just bullshit. They're not real, but they say things that are designed to appeal to your most prurient interests, things that you want to believe are true and all of that. It's a complete fucking mind fuck that we have all collectively experienced in this age of social media. It's all there. Social media is designed to fuck your head, to make you think things that aren't true. It's all being manipulated, and we'll give you an example of that next. But I want to show you something that bugged me here. Because, I'm a proud Chicagoan. I'm a Chicago kid, born and raised. I consider myself to be, someone who understands what life is like outside of Chicago, because I also have an equal amount of love for Texas, where my son is, where all my friends are, where most of you people are. I love it down there. I'd love to get back down. I mean, I'm here now for other reasons, but I don't expect to die here in Illinois, right? So I am a proud South Side of Chicago kid who certainly can understand that just because you're from somewhere else and you're different and you've had a different cultural experience doesn't mean that you're wrong. Or you're right, I'm wrong, I'm right, you're wrong. It doesn't. We're all just different. But when you boil it down, most people can get along. Most people can get along when all the bullshit is removed. And the bullshit that we need to remove now is our dependence on information from social media. Let me give you an example of something. As a proud Chicagoan, I'm very, very defensive. And anybody who's listened to this show years and years, very defensive about the branding from the right of my city because it's been complete bullshit. I mean, you can ask anyone, and not so much now in 2026, but let's go back 5 years. If you just asked anyone, if you went to fucking Disney World and just pulled a stranger off the log ride and said, what's the murder capital of America? They would have said Chicago. Chicago has never been in the top 10 murder capitals. It's not. But that story, that misinformation and the way the headlines read, a little bit tweaked, not entirely a lie, because, in certain demographics, they maybe are number one. But overall, people were led to believe that, oh, you're going home to Chicago? Let me get you a bulletproof vest. The fuck? It's not at all what the reality of the situation is. And I hate that shit. And I've always tried to defend it as bullshit. We know it's bullshit. We know that the murder capital of America is always Little Rock, Arkansas, or St. Louis, fucking Missouri, 2 red states. But those states didn't produce Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton the way Chicago did. So fuck Chicago. Let's lie about them. Is it dangerous? Fuck yeah, it's dangerous. We've got a 25-year gang war going on in the worst fucking neighborhoods of this city. But if you ask a dude from Iowa, he thinks that if you go to the Bean, you're going to get shot. You go to a Cubs game, you're going to get raped. You go to a fucking Bulls game, and, well, you better not fucking leave the side of your wallet because you're going to get robbed. That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. But okay. But Fox News, they're always looking to fucking show examples of, Democratic run cities. And Barack Obama is identified with Chicago and Hillary Clinton is from Chicago. So let's fucking show. Let's fucking amplify. So it's bullshit. We have big city problems. We've got big city problems, but pound for pound, we're better than most big cities in every fucking category, to the extent that Chicago, like 5 years in a row, has been voted the #1 destination in the world for business travelers by Condé Nast Business Traveler. Condé Nast, one of the most important publications in that world, 5 years in a row, Chicago is the best place for business travel in the fucking world. So, okay, stick it up your ass, Fox News, and all the other bullshit you're trying to say about my city, because it's just not true. Again, big city with big city problems, but pound for pound, we're better than most big cities. Certainly better than St. Louis. Fuck you, St. Louis. That's what I say, pointing down to St. Louis. So this was circulating. Watch this, and this is by Daily Loud. You guys know Daily Loud? Daily Loud is a very popular misinformation website. They put stories that trigger us. That's their whole thing. We see the stories and we go, oh, Daily Loud is confirming a bias that I already have, so I'm going to share it. So here's what they put. This is a Chicago news reporter. I don't know who this person is. That looks like a dick. What is this? What are we looking at here? Oh, it's a foot. Oh, I see what we're looking at there. Okay. This is a Chicago news reporter who goes on the air with an ankle bracelet. Right? He's got an ankle monitor. Just like Yes, I'm sorry. Somebody earlier when we were talking about the pit, I couldn't think of who Dr. McKay is, but now, of course, I remember Dr. McKay. Dr. McKay is the doctor who has the ankle bracelet. She's being monitored by the county because she did some things that were not great. But Dr. McKay is a great character as well. Sorry, I forgot who Dr. McKay was from the pit. So this Chicago news reporter, WGN, look at her. First of all, smoke show. Don't know who she is, but man, me likey. She looks good there. Woo! So Daily Loud puts this out. Even Chicago news reporters are criminals. That's what they're trying to. That's the lie that they're trying to popularize. This has been shared like 36,000 times. See, even news reporters in Chicago have to wear ankle bracelets. It is an ankle bracelet. It is an ankle bracelet, but it's not being monitored by the county because of some crime that she's committed. You dumb motherfuckers. That is known as a USRA radio ankle mic, and it is common in the news business, but you never see it because they wear pants. Sometimes when you see, it's most commonly worn with like weather people or, people who you might see their back, right? So reporters out on scenes, weather people, if you see their back, what happens when you see the back of someone on TV? You see that black thing. stuck like, where you stick a gun in your back waistband. You see that black thing, right? That's the remote control for the microphones, and they try and keep it hidden. So sometimes if you're like a weather person or something like that, they'll put you in pants and you'll wear that thing on your ankle. It is common in the news business. But now there's 36,000 people on Twitter who think that a WGN news reporter is being monitored by the authorities. Lies. It's all lies. Fucking bullshit. Here, okay, I got this ready for you. So here, I'll show you this. Let me see. Here, this is what it is. It is a common thing in television. Boom, you can find them right there on the Google. See them? That's what they are, right there. These are very common in TV, but if you get all your news from fucking Twitter and you seek out news that just confirms biases that you're already carrying around, you're fucking stupider because you follow Daily Loud. All right, so fuck Daily Loud, right? That's what's happening, man. We no longer have local news, so we have no information about our community. We have national news that has decided not to tell us anything about shit that actually affects us, like what's going on in our city council or whether our taxes are going to be raised or what kind of crime is happening around the corner. We don't get that. What we get is, did you hear what Trump said? That's what we get at the national level for news. So when people seek out other stories, we're now turning to non-traditional venues like social media, and we're all getting the worst of it. We're getting confirmation bias. We're getting bullshit. We're being flooded with misinformation. And I've been telling you for years, it's not coming from inside the house. This shit is coming from outside the house. This shit is coming from the European, Eastern European, and Southeast Asian and African bot fucking farms where they employ hundreds and thousands of people to control accounts that are pretending to be one thing, but are actually a fucking dude in Kenya. And all of these sites support MAGA. All of them. So ask yourself, why is that happening? Why does a foreign government who wants to see the American dream fail, who wants to see America fail, why would a foreign government, multiple foreign governments, or I shouldn't even say governments, these might just be interests, big money interests. Why would they flood with this kind of misinformation? What is their their purpose is that they know MAGA is fucking destroying America. So they have an interest in keeping it going. So all of these people, you MAGA morons, the 15% of you on the right, and I feel comfortable saying that because I don't think we have any of them in here in the chat room, but you morons, you 15% on the right, you are being targeted and manipulated, and you are being consistently ginned up by foreign agents. And we know this now. Well, we've known it forever. We've known that this guy or that guy isn't real, that it's probably coming from somewhere else, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't stop from getting 10,000 retweets and 35,000 likes or whatever. Doesn't stop because, again, confirmation bias. We care less about truth and more about feeding our own ego, right? If the truth tells us that something we believe isn't true, well, that's a shot to our ego because we didn't know something. So we are slaves to our ego, and we decide to believe the confirmation of the bias that we already hold, and that's why we've got misinformation. And that's why we got dumb fucks everywhere. Like this guy here. Let me show you this guy. This is a good example, okay? Here, where is he? I thought I had this right next to this story because we were going to go into this, but okay, here you go. Here's an example of somebody who has been completely broken by all of these fucked up probably Facebook in the case of this guy. Facebook bullshit, social media bullshit, just constantly being reinforced with bad information. This is what it looks like out in the wild. Check this guy out. Here you go. Here's a typical MAGA guy.
And
Just what do you think about the Epstein files?
what do I think about? I think anybody who was on that plane is on the pilot's log. Get the logs, and there it is, in black and white. Who was there? And
You're saying anybody who was on the plane?
Oh, Bill Clinton was on the plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Donald Trump was on the plane.
No, he flew his own plane.
No, he was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
He was on his own plane.
He was on.
This is information that we all know is true. He refuses to believe it because that would make him feel like he didn't know something. This guy is a mess. There are more people in this country like this guy. Just go to a fucking Walmart and just watch people and be like, holy fuck, how does that guy get up in the morning? How does that guy pay his taxes accurately? How does this guy balance his checkbook? This man is a fucking moron. He might have some real brain problems. Let's keep watching.
The flight logs with Jeffrey Epstein.
But let's face it, even if he was on Epstein's, he didn't stay there.
But you were saying anybody who's on.
Even if he was on Epstein's plane, he didn't stay there. The fuck did he do? Did he parachute out? What are you saying?
The plane, you'd like them to what?
No. If you want names, that's what you get.
Okay. But Donald Trump was on the flight logs.
Pardon?
All right, so this guy is saying that the only way to find out who's really on the planes is to get the flight logs. Well, we have the flight logs, and Donald Trump was on the planes. He's being explained this, and he's refusing to believe it.
Was on the flight logs, Donald Trump.
Okay, I ain't going to argue that because if he says he didn't do anything, I believe him.
Okay.
There you go, and that's where we are. That's where we are. This fucking salt of the earth fucking moron has decided that the big fast talking city slicker who was raised in the lap of luxury, Fred Trump's boy, this fucking moron has decided that he's going to trust this guy. Sucker born every minute, man. There are so many of them. Why am I not richer? Why have I not exploited the fact that there are so many motherfucking morons like that in this planet, in this country? Jesus. So that's an example of what happens. Brain rot. When all you do is get these bullshit foreign run accounts. Now, as I said, Wired Magazine put out a list today. This is a full list. It's not a full list because they say that there's more and you can cling to them. But here's a list of foreign MAGA accounts. Now, you tell me, you follow any of these? Do you see any of these? Let's see here. Again, this comes from Wired. Oh, this isn't the full Wired article. This is actually just the Newsweek thing. Where's I don't want to go into my history and pull the fucking Wired. All right, here we go. Head of product at X. Let me read you this story here. A new update to Elon Musk's X has revealed that a significant number of pro-MAGA accounts are actually based outside the United States. You don't say. You don't say. And again, you got to ask yourself why. Why would a foreign country have an interest in telling you something that you already believe? Why? Because they know it's wrong and they want you to be wrong. Jesus, man. They're trying to destroy this country. This is a new kind of warfare. This is a whole new kind. It's a misinformation warfare. Let's see. A new update to Elon Musk's X has revealed that a significant number of pro-MAGA accounts are actually based outside the United States. An account's country of origin can now be seen in the user profile page. Now the locations of popular MAGA accounts known for promoting America First ideologies and sharing American political content have been exposed to have originated from countries in Africa, Asia, and Europe. The Chinese, the fucking Russians, and God knows who's fucking doing shit in Africa. That's who's running these pro-MAGA accounts. That's who's behind these things that you're like, I hate Hillary Clinton. So glad you posted this. Fucking morons. They are actively trying to divide us. They're actively trying to keep us, the rank and file American citizens, at each other's throats, and you people are falling for it. Donald Trump is trying to actively keep us divided because he is the epitome of the power of the puppet master, right? The billionaire. Why it matters. Let's see. Nikita Beer, the head of product at X, shared in a recent post on November the 22nd that X was set to roll out a new feature called About This Account, which will allow you to see the countries or region where an account is based. The location is visible via clicking on the sign-up date of an X profile. Really? Let me try that. Hold on. Let me try that right now. All right, hold on. Let's see this. We'll go to my Twitter page. We'll see if we can find country of origin. All right, so we gotta click on the day. All right, so we gotta click on accounts. All right, let me see. Chicago history. Here's an account that I like. I like this account. All right, we'll do this one. All right, let's see. So sign up date, right? So we click. What the guy? Is that? I don't know. It says, where's the sign up date? That's not going to be it. Do you got to be like a blue check? Because I'm not a blue check. I refuse to pay the world's wealthiest man a monthly stipend for something that is free. I am not doing that. I know I keep going back and forth. I know I'm like, oh, I should get a blue check. It might be good for the show. But I just can't, on principle, give the world's wealthiest man $12 a month for something that is free. Why would I do that? Because he made a bad business deal? Come on. And by the way, it's always the worst MAGA supporters who are willing to do that. Another example of a sucker born every minute. You go to any MAGA fucking thread and everybody who's commenting, if you're saying the absolute worst thing imaginable, you've got a fucking blue check. You are paying the world's wealthiest man monthly for something that is free. And I will never understand that. So that you get your blue check, right? Is that what it's about? Since I want my blue check. I want to pretend like I'm somebody. Well, now everybody's somebody. The blue check means fucking nothing. All right. So what does it say? It says to see the country or region where an account is based, the location is visible by clicking on the sign up date on an X profile. All right, I don't care. This was described the step as an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square, and said that they plan to provide many more ways for users to verify the authenticity of content they see on X. Well, look, as somebody who is a staunch critic of X, certainly since Elon Musk took it over and the changes that have happened there, it's a much darker place. There's porn everywhere now. It's definitely changed from what it was when it was, Twitter. So I criticize them, but this is good. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I want to see them start to do. Start to call out these bullshit accounts. They described the step as an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. It was noted in a follow-up post that there are a few rough edges still to be ironed out, and any incorrect data will be updated periodically, but responses to the locations of different accounts and subsequent concerns over the authenticity of content have quickly flooded the platform. Oh, really? Oh, now people suddenly have concerns about the authenticity of content they see on Twitter? Half the fucking shit has community notes, including that thing I just showed you from Daily Loud. Community notes. Oh, Chicago has a reporter who's a criminal and they can't even go on air without their ankle monitor. So there's a community note on that says, this is standard in the broadcast industry. This is called an ankle mic, and it's worn when people don't want their mic that they wear on the back to be seen on camera, and it's hidden under pants, and there you go. Anyway, accounts that identify as being MAGA and promote an America First agenda have been identified as being based in countries including Chile. I say it that way because that's how I hear fancy people say it on TV. Chile, Nigeria. I could say that the way I hear people on Twitter say it, but I won't. Chile, Nigeria, and Morocco. Newsweek has compiled a list of said accounts below. Okay, here's one. Let's look this guy up. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do it this way. We'll look these guys up, and then I'll tell you about them. There we go. We want to go to, yeah. All right, so let's go up here. All right, the first one we're going to look up here is, let's see. All right, the account is at Cold War Patriot, and they go by the name American Patriot. All right, let's see, American Patriot. Here we go. There we are. All right, this account right here. Look at this. Look at this. Florida says U.S. It literally says U.S. Republic, Florida. So I don't know. This person is pretending to be a United States Air Force veteran, Ronald Reagan. I don't know what the fuck this shit means. Whatever it means, it's stuff that'll probably convince other dumb people who know what it means that this person is legit. This person is absolutely not legit. 154,000 followers, 154,000 fucking morons who feed this site for whatever reason. Well, we know what reason. It's because this site tells them what we want to see. Let's see what they've posted today. Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk, knowing full well this is a bullshit site, is amplifying it. Why? Because he knows people don't read and only nerds read Wired. So this is not a story that's going to be covered much. Elon Musk, owner of X. It is well known now that this site is being run out of. Where is this site run out of? The account Cold War Patriot, which blah, 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 whose bio reads U.S. Air Force veteran and all that stuff. All right, it says that they're in Florida. This account is run out of Chile, South America. So there you go, American Patriot. Let's see what else. What else is American Patriot getting into? Elon Musk again. Elon Musk. Oh, no, I'm sorry. American Patriot is forwarding Elon Musk. I accused Elon Musk of knowing full well this was a bullshit account. And then I said Elon Musk is he's not. Turns out I was looking at it wrong. This is the American Patriot who's amplifying everything that Elon says. I wonder if Elon's paying the monthly lease bill for the fucking Chilean bot farm that's Instagram to alert parents on teen suicide searches as UK weighs social media ban. All right. Well, that's not really a take. All right. It seems Epstein files the arrests and they're still the MAGA people. They're still stirring up the Epstein file thing. So these fake MAGA bot sites that are supposedly pro-Trump are very actively pushing something that Trump doesn't want pushed. So that's interesting. It also shows you that it's not organically MAGA, that it is legitimately chaos, that this is being run by somebody who is seeking chaos. All right, there you go. That's the American Patriot. They come to us from Chile. All right, what else do we have here? What's another one that got outed? Oh, here we go. This sounds like it's called America First. This is America First. Let's see how many people we got here on America First, shall we? America First. Hold on, did I do that wrong? No, that's the site. Okay, so where is I don't see America First. I don't see that one. America First. There we go. Here you go. Look at this, America First. Very proud of the fact that my account was blocked by Twitter for speaking the truth. I'm like Joan of Arc, but Jewish. Looks like that Milo guy. Anyway, but this is supposed to be him. Let's see. He loves Donald Trump. Hold on, let me see here. Oh, we're not sharing that guy here. We got to share that guy. I'm sorry. All right, here he is. All right, this is the latest one we're going to be looking at. This is America First. They seem to have now changed their name after being outed by Wired to Donald J. Trump. So, again, stupid people will be fooled. Whoa, what is going on here? Can I not see? All right, it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's find out where this site is from. All right, the America First site, whose bio reads, Make America Great Again, has a listed location as Bangladesh. How about this one? Let's try this one. Here's our next one. Our next one is going to be at Magascope. At Magascope is another one of these pro-MAGA websites that has been outed by Wired Magazine. Yeah. Oop, hold on. At Magascope. Oh, whoa, look at this. We can't see this. All right, here we go. This is moving in the right direction. Here is what's happening with Magascope today. After being outed by Wired, they had been suspended for being bullshit. All right. Magascope is in Nigeria. Nigeria. Okay, how about this one? Here's a girl. She's a young girl, and she's going to represent a young girl point of view. She's very pro MAGA. She goes by Female Bodybuild. Let's see what she's all about. Female Bodybuild. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Female Bodybuild 6. Yeah, it's MAGA Nadine. MAGA Nadine is what she goes by. She's a hot young woman. She's very aspirational for other young women, other Erica Kirk type women who want to spend the best part of their day in the gym and look great. That's who this person is. MAGA Nadine. Look at her. Let's get a look at her. I want to be hot like her. Hot people like Trump. So there's MAGA Nadine. That is not the person who operates this site. MAGA Nadine, as it turns out, the account, Female Bodybuild 6, which states in their bio that they are an immigrant to the U.S., that they are Trump lovers. See, I'm an immigrant. Just because you're an immigrant doesn't mean you have to be anti-MAGA. Look at my hot body. I'm an immigrant and I like MAGA. Don't you want to be like me? That's the point. And you, because you're listening to this show, are smarter than the average bear. So you're going, Pugs, I don't see how that can work. It can totally work. There are so many people so stupid, so easily manipulated by these kinds of aspirational accounts. I want to be like MAGA Nadine. All right, so where is MAGA Nadine? First of all, how many followers does she have? She's hot, so she's got a lot. She's got 409,000 followers. MAGA Nadine rocking 409,000 followers. The account, Female Bodybuild 6, which states in their bio that they are an immigrant and that they love Trump and has MAGA in their bio, has over, well, we know 400,000 now. It says here 390. So they've gone up almost 15,000. Would you imagine what my show would be if I just suddenly got 15,000 in the blink of an eye? But I don't spew bullshit. Well, a large majority of my personal opinions on pop culture could be classified as bullshit. I get that. But, you know, not bullshit like this. This site is not being run by a hot chick. Does she claim she lives somewhere? Where does she claim she lives? Sports. New York. She's a New Yorker. No, she's not. She's from Morocco. Yeah. MAGA Nadine is actually a bot being run out of Morocco. All right, let's see what else we got. MAGA Nation. How about MAGA Nation? The account MAGA Nation. Is this MAGA Nation X? Hold on, let me see. It's worded wrong, so I don't know if I'm going to get the proper site. Let's see. Again, just ask yourself, why are foreigners interested in appealing to the wants and desires of the MAGA crowd? Ask yourself that. Are they doing it because they're actually in agreement with you? Are they like, yeah, you're right, we're right, we all agree, let's do this together? No, they're doing it because they know you're fucking stupid. They know you're easily manipulated, and they're trying to sow chaos. They want you fighting with your cousins at your table. They want you not talking to your neighbor. This is what's fucking happening, and we love it. We love it because we're junkies, because the endorphin rush that we get when we get triggered from reading something that a stranger said is something we're not willing to give up. And just like shooting fucking horse into our arms or popping pills or doing lines of blow off toilet seats, shout out to our Health and Human Services Director. Just like all of that shit, it's an addiction. And it has fucking really bad results for us down the road. And we are living the results of 10 years of social media bullshit. 10 years of your aunt getting her news from Facebook and voting accordingly. That's where we are. All right, I'm done with this. There's a whole bunch more sites. You can find it. Just go ahead and Google search. But giving any more oxygen to these people is just something that I'm not interested in the minute. All right, so move on from that. We know that it's all a manipulation, and we know that we all need to be better. We know also that we all need to stop hating the fucking guy across the street and understanding that there are greater powers at work here that are fucking us all. By the way, in this same thing, and I wanted to do this as a separate story, I could have probably combined them both. But another very popular website, here, and we'll show you this one. Let me go to this one. Another very popular Twitter account, a very popular pro-MAGA Twitter account, has been outed recently. Not in the Wired. Hold on. Not in the Wired story, but oh fuck, I can't get. I'm so not good at this. So sorry. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is it. All right, here we go. This guy right here. This guy got outed. Not by Wired magazine, and this guy is not a foreign bot. This is a real person. This is a real person. There you go. Johnny MAGA. Johnny MAGA. Johnny MAGA's got 288,000 followers. Johnny MAGA presents in, I've seen Johnny MAGA a number of times. He triggers me and I move on because I'm learning to be better. Johnny MAGA presents as a black guy. He's like, see, there are black people that like Trump. I'm a black guy. And he fucking posts racist shit. Because he can post racist shit because he's a black guy. Oh, I can say it because I'm black. That's who this fucking clown is. Johnny MAGA. Famously, a couple of weeks ago when Trump put out the Obama as an ape thing, Johnny MAGA, forwarded, this is hysterical and blah, blah, all that stuff, whatever. And I'm a black man. Well, what he was trying to do in that role was be a black man who was okay with Trump being racist. So if a black man is saying it's okay, all the fucking hillbilly white people that follow this account will go, well, a black guy says it isn't racist. It's like you morons who would cherry pick one Native American and go, the Redskins shouldn't choose their name because I saw a guy on Fox News who's Indian and he said he don't care. Shut the fuck up. And I'm not doing the Redskin debate, okay? I don't give a fuck about what Washington calls their team. But to say that the word Redskin isn't a slur is fucking wrong. It is. It might be a lesser slur. It ain't the N-word, and it probably hadn't rise to the level of, faggot or whatever. But Redskin is a slur. It is a thing that was put on people, not Indian natives didn't run around going, hey, my Redskin brother. They didn't do that, okay? It was a pejorative term placed upon them by white people who did mean things to them. Indians did mean things to white people, too. Let's not, there are a lot of settlers who got slaughtered. A lot of dead Little House on the Prairie girls because Indians found them, right? But, anyway, point is, I'm not going to do that whole thing. Anyway, Johnny MAGA presents as a black guy who's pretty fucking racist himself. What's he got pinned here? Nothing gets Trump more excited than building. Exciting things coming to New York. Okay, very good. Very good. What else does Johnny MAGA say recently? Let's see here. Trump announced that the judge presiding over the case on his ballroom has stopped the effort to halt its construction. Where's his... come on. I've seen some bad stuff here on Johnny MAGA. Not bad stuff, but stuff that I've gone, oh, God. J.D. Vance announces that the Trump administration... Okay, whatever. This looks all very clean. In the last couple of days since he's been outed by Wired, this all looks a lot less troubling than some of the other things. All right, so let me tell you now about Johnny MAGA, because I've been telling you about all of these MAGA sites that come from foreign countries. Johnny MAGA is legit. Johnny MAGA is an American-based account. Johnny MAGA ain't a black guy, though. It's not a black guy. So that's a little bit troubling when you think about some of the things you've read, because you've read some of the posts and you're framing it as this is coming from a person of color, which is the intent. It's the intent. Let black people know that it's all right to hate black people. That's the intent of this site. And again, it's not a foreign site. It's not coming from overseas. It's not coming from any duplicitous actors who have the destruction of America at the top of their wish list. No. This is coming from the White House. This account is run by somebody who works in the White House. The fucking White House is involved in the dissemination of chaos and misinformation. Yeah, let's learn a little bit about Johnny MAGA and who he is. Johnny MAGA, let's see here. His name is Garrett Wade. Garrett Wade is a White House. Well, let's find out exactly what he is. Here, we should also show a picture of him. Here he is. This is the young man who's been outed. Is that it? Or is that it? Nope, that's it. There we go. Boom. Look at him. There he is. Look at him. Fucking, you know, he was an asshole in college. Look at that kid. You know, he was one of those kids that walked around with fucking boat shoes and like flat front fucking shorts and like one of those polo shirts with the horizontal lines, you know, like every fucking asshole kid at SMU. That's what he looks like. He looks like a jerk. He looks like a kid that was a jerk. And I have to believe that he's a jerk because he's working in the White House. And this particular White House rewards jerkery. So either this kid's daddy did something asshole-like and Trump took notice and gave his kid a break, or this kid himself was just such an incredible dickhead during his college run that they decided to reward him with a White House gig. $72,000 a year this kid makes. Again, his name, excuse me. Where is it? Do I not have it? Where's the story? I thought I just had the story. 72 grand a year this kid makes to, where's the fucking story? Wait a second. I'm sorry. Can't find the story. MAGA account, Johnny MAGA. Yeah, no, that ain't it. All right, hold on, wait. Let me see if I can find this because we need to delve into this kid and we need to talk exactly. About. All right, fuck it. All right, we'll just pull up a fresh story. Why not? It's not hard to do. Hey, we're getting that 3 o'clock AT&T Stadium, son. It's going to start to screw with everything around here. All right, here you go. This is it. Garrett Wade. Let's learn about Garrett Wade. Who is Garrett Wade? Trump White House staffer who runs the Johnny MAGA account. Now, what we don't know if he's running this account publicly, like in the White House. Like, does everybody in the White House know that he's Johnny MAGA? Like, is it, well, there comes Johnny MAGA when he walks down the hallway? Is it known? Or is he running this account on his own time from his house? I mean, either way, he's somebody who is sowing chaos and, you know, amplifying disinformation and, you know, working hard to keep the divide. And if you look at that kid, that little rich white kid, he definitely wants the divide to be kept. He likes the way things are. He likes the way his future looks as a rich white kid who works in the White House at 25. So he wants to keep us at each other's throats because at this stage of the game, he's pretty sure that when all the dust settles, he's going to be there on top because he's the rich white kid. So that's what he's doing. Trump administration staffer by the name of Garrett Wade has been linked to the popular X account Johnny MAGA. In a report from Wired, the outlet reported that Wade, who works for the Trump administration as a rapid response manager, is running the Johnny MAGA account, citing a review of public records and confirmation from an unnamed White House official. There we go. There's an answer. An unnamed White House official confirmed that he is, in fact, Johnny MAGA. That answers my question. Do other people in the White House know he's doing this? Because this is a bad look for the White House. But again, this fucking a bad look. Oh, Jesus. Holy fuck. Look at me. Look at me. Just somebody come busting through that door and punch me in the face. Because I just sat here with a straight face and said, this is a bad look for this White House. They'll never survive this bad look. It's just another thing. It's just another thing that would have sunk anybody else. But because we've got 15% brain dead fucking morons in this country, they can get away with it. Because they also know that we have short attention spans. And we forget about shit. A week from now, we'll be in an all-out war with fucking Iran and we'll never, it's like, oh yeah, that's right. Weren't they running some chaos accounts out of the White House? The Trump administration has employed an unorthodox approach with conservative influencers to date, giving them the opportunity to apply for press credentials as administrations called for new media voices. And White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt has held separate influencer briefings in the White House briefing room. That's a very nice way of saying that they have used influencers in very much the same way that Adolf Hitler may have used a Riefenstein. Why can't I think of her name? What was her first name? Leni? Is it Leni Riefenstein? Anyway, she was who made all of the pro-Hitler propaganda movies that swept through Europe and all that kind of stuff. And my point is this. I believe the administration knows this kid is doing this. They probably encouraged this kid to do it. I don't know if he was running the Johnny MAGA account before they noticed him and brought him into the White House. I don't know. It is definitely a bad look, but it doesn't matter. Nobody pulls off bad looks better than the Trump White House. They'll just keep moving. Just keep moving. Hey, you're running a chaos account out of the White House. Do you have any comment? Yeah, my comment is fuck you. And then they just keep moving. Dude, that's the thing that Trump taught us. That is the thing I will be eternally grateful to this guy for, because we'll go back to the Al Franken thing. Remember Al Franken? I told you that the Dems are absolute fools because Al Franken, who would have been absolutely, oh my God, how instrumental could he been to humiliate Donald Trump? The Senate on the Democrat side had one of the greatest fucking comedy writers in American history who could have answered back to Trump with every bullshit thing that he's done over the last 16 years, but he had to go sit on the bench because he fucking honked some chick. He didn't even touch her. It was a picture. It was a prank picture. That's what the Dems do. You know what Trump taught us? Don't do that. Don't do that. When they start calling for your resignation, he must step down. He must step down. This is not appropriate. He must step down. When they say that to the right, to MAGA, they just go, no. And they don't. And guess what happens when they don't? Everybody goes, they should have stepped down, but they didn't. Huh. What do you want to talk about now? That's what Trump taught me. Don't be afraid of 24 hours of a firestorm, because on the opposite side of the 24 hours, everybody's going to forget and we're going to move on. Hell, we stopped looking for Nancy Guthrie after 3 months or 3 weeks. We don't have time for the long play. All right, let's go back. Let's learn more about Garrett Wade, Johnny MAGA, White House employee and chaos agent. Let's see here. Conservative media voices are visible in the administration itself, too. And then it goes on to talk about Dan Bongino and all that. Yeah, I mean, they don't shy away from provocative opinions. Wired's report comes after an update to X revealed that a significant number of MAGA accounts are based outside the U.S. We talked about that. These incidents have raised concerns about who is shaping online narratives and raised questions about transparency and ethics. Well, there are no ethics. Ethics? What? Civics and ethics are two things that we do not think are important to teach children about. So stop fucking talking about ethics. Nobody is ethical. Nobody can even tell you what ethics are. Ethics and civics, two things that used to be in everyday grade school. You had classes. Now, ethics went away way before civics did. Ethics, now you have to go to college to get an ethics class. Unbelievable. I mean, basically 2 classes that would have taught young American citizens ethics, why lying is bad, and civics, why being an American is a responsibility. Those are the 2 things covered in those courses, and we decided that we didn't need those anymore. We don't need those anymore. Ethics, they're now saying. We're concerned about ethics in social media. I'll get the fuck out. All right, I'm done with this story. I've lost interest, so you've obviously lost interest because what are we doing? All right, what else do we have here? Let's see. We're going to do some more. Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on with this. We've got no viewers right now. And usually when I roll this long, we are double, sometimes triple the number of viewers that we have now. I think it has to do with people bailing because the chat is what they're here for. And I don't know if they can't see it or they can't see. I don't know what's going on. You know what? We're going to do it for a few more days. We're going to see. I'm not going to complain about it again, but we're going to see. And then maybe we'll go back. All right. What else do we have here? All right, couple of quick things that we can run through here. Here's another ad. Here's an ad from a Democrat. This is a Chicago ad, so you guys have never seen this, but it's getting some national play here because it's kind of clever. It's kind of clever, you know. This is a congressional candidate here in Chicago, the 9th district here in Chicago. It's by a candidate by the name of Kat Abugzela. Yeah, I say the name wrong. Abugzela or whatever. By the way, you hear that name, you're imagining something. You're like, her name is what? And I'm like, her name is Kat Abugulazela. Like, you're going, okay, I'm drawing a mental picture of what this person doesn't look anything like what you think. You don't even know if it's a man or a woman. That's what I'd tell you. You don't even know. Yeah. I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like another one of these Ilyan Omars, if you ask me. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, now in Illinois, we got one of these Ilyan Omars, one of these people with a name we can't pronounce. Why can't we elect Mary Smith or John Jones? Something like that. Anyway, it's a pretty clever ad. It's Kat Abugazela. She has created a campaign ad for herself, which is an attack ad. She has created her own self-loathing attack ad. It's pretty clever. It's getting some news. People are talking about it. So here, let's check this out. This is, again, Illinois 9th Congressional District candidate Kat Abugazela. And look at her. There she is. She's a white girl. I know you didn't expect that. You're like, I didn't expect her to be a white girl. Yeah, she's a white girl. Here you go. Let's watch this ad.
Abugazale is the kind of radical Democrat Fox News warned you about. Kat believes you deserve universal health care, groceries, and housing. Pfft, where does she think we are? The richest country on earth? Kat isn't a millionaire. She doesn't take PAC money. She can't even afford health insurance herself. How can she possibly relate to normal, hardworking corporations like you and me? And it gets worse. As a journalist, Kat's reporting helped lead to Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox News. Is that who you want fighting extremists in Washington? Kat claims the Democratic Party should not bow down to Trump or his billionaire friends. Does she think strongly worded letters count as bowing? Kat Abugazale represents a new generation of progressive Democrats working to redefine the party's future. And she plans to do it with her ferocious attack cat by her side. Is this who you want representing us?
Well, you're not in my district. You're not in my district, but as far as being a part of the Illinois delegation, I would love to have Kat Abugazala join the ranks. I'm second. I'm Illinois second. think I'm doing. Do I have Jesse Jackson Jr.? Is that like one of the? My girl, my congresswoman for the last, 20 years of my life has been Robin Kelly. I like Robin Kelly. But now Robin Kelly doesn't want to be a congresswoman anymore. Robin Kelly is running for Senate here in Illinois. And let me tell you, I'm going to vote for her for Senate because I voted for her for Congress. I like Robin Kelly. And not because I met her once. No, I like Robin Kelly. Here's what I love about Robin Kelly. Robin Kelly has been a congresswoman in one of the largest congressional districts, one of the most populous congressional districts in all of America. And she's been there for 20 years. And you've never seen her on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. She's not a moth. And I tell you this all the time. If your congressperson is somebody who doesn't appear on TV every fucking day, the way, your Lauren Boeberts and you all know who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is. She's the fucking congresswoman from the Bronx. You people all know who she is, but half of you don't even know who your own congressperson is. Do you see? If your congressperson doesn't go on TV and they're not a TV moth or a media moth, they're probably a good congressperson. They're probably actually doing work because it's the people who are simply trying to raise their national presence. Those are the ones that do not want to be a congressperson and represent you. Those are the people who want something more. And I've always liked Robin Kelly because she was quiet. She served this district well. She was a fighter. I really like her. And now she's running for Senate. And now she's doing these Senate ads, these commercials. And I'm like, that's not Robin. Robin, why are you going? And I get that she's being forced and she's in an ugly primary. Anyway, I think she's going against Jesse Jackson Jr. No, Jesse Jackson Jr. is running for her seat. Can't have that. Can't have Jesse Jackson Jr. representing the Illinois 2nd. Can't happen. Jesse Jackson Jr., and oh my God, I know his dad just died, so we're all like, oh, that's so sad. But Jesse Jackson Jr. was a congressperson here in Chicago 25 years ago, and he went to fucking jail for being corrupt, and now he's running again, and he could win because people feel bad about his dad? Oh, Jesus. I cannot have Jesse Jackson Jr. as my congressman. Can't happen. He's been in prison. Shouldn't be allowed to run anyway, right? Shouldn't be allowed to run. You know what he did? Jesse Jackson Jr., he like took a whole bunch of money that was donated to his campaign for re-election, and he bought Michael Jackson's glove with it. Yeah, that's one of the bullshit things that he did. But Mike, you know, Michael Jackson's glove. Yeah, Jesse Jackson Jr. owns that, and he used campaign funds to buy it. So that fucker. Anyway, Kat Abu Ghazala, she's running attack ads against herself. I love that. Here's what I love most about that attack ad. And if you are somebody like me who is just desperate to see something rise up with the opposition, because Trump and MAGA have been trucking this country since 2016, and there isn't one goddamn person with a spine who has stood up to them. So, you know, these midterms look like that's what a lot of people are running on. They're saying, no, I'm not going to be a pussy like they've been. And what's important about this ad to me, what jumped out to me, the most important thing was, here is somebody who is running for a seat in Congress as a Democrat. And she makes it a point in her video there to call out Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, the de facto leader of the Democrats, I guess, Mr. Chuck Schumer, the strongly worded letter line that she used in there was a direct shot from a new opposition candidate to the establishment, and I fucking love it. So let's go, Kat. All right, how about this story? Did you guys see this? This video is fucking wild. This comes to us from, is this the University of Nebraska? Man, you guys, I tell you all the time, life, our next breath is not guaranteed. You can have a bubble go off in your brain and all of a sudden there's an aneurysm and you're laying in the hallway of your house. You can be driving down the street and an airplane can try to land on top of you. Life is not a guarantee. Watch this. All right, so this is University of Nebraska. I've been there. I've been to Lincoln. Watch this. All right, red SUV pulls up. We're focusing on this lane right here. Red SUV pulls up. All right. Here comes Billy Joe Jim Bob and his gray pickup. I'm gonna move up a little. All right, now we got a black truck behind him. All right. Oh my God! What the? Now, come on. Nobody died here. Nobody died here, but somebody could have. Sinkholes scare the fuck out of me. You know, when I was a kid, when I was about 10 years old, I would have told you that the great concerns of my adult life were going to be. Hold on, got to take this one. Hold on. All right, very good. We'll do this then. All right, sinkhole, very scary, right? Be careful of sinkholes. We've got a special guest who just called into the show, and we've got big news to share. It's my son, my boy Mason. Hey, Mace.
Yes, hello. How we doing?
We're doing great. So would you like to share with all of the listeners in the chat room the big news that you just gave me?
Of course. I just completed my second job interview with the store owner at In-N-Out, and they offered me my first position.
Hey, look at you. You're a working man.
I am now officially employed. Dude, I'm going to have a 401k. That's incredible.
Yeah. I'm proud of you, kiddo. I knew you'd get it. I mean, who's not going to hire you? You got great grades. You got a terrific personality. You know, you're a charmer. All right. I love you, kiddo. I'm going to jump off. Although, you got anything else you want to add? Anything you want to talk about?
I'm pretty awesome.
You are pretty awesome. Yes,
That's about it.
That's about it.
As long as everyone knows that. All right, I'm going in.
Hold on. Where are you going into?
My home.
Oh, all right. What do you think of Max Crosby for DJ Moore?
I think I think that's fine.
I mean, we're giving up more. We'll give up a first, and we'll probably give up a third next year, but it's a first. It's DJ Moore for Max Crosby, plus the Bears are throwing in their first round pick this year and their third round pick next year.
Was that actually offered?
We don't know if it's officially been announced that it's been offered, but that is, my sources. Your Uncle Mitch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We got our sources.
But yeah, I mean, a Dunze LB3 and All Day Walker would be pretty sweet as our 3.
Yeah, I mean, who knows who we could pick up in the draft. All right, very good. That could come down very shortly. That's what we're hearing here. All right.
Well, I will talk to you later. I love you.
All right, love you, kiddo. Bye. There he goes. That's my son. So proud of him. He got his first job. First went on one interview. He calls me after that. He's like, I went to In-N-Out. I'm like, yeah, you get to work at In-N-Out. That's pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, I had the interview, and I'm like, did they hire you? And he's like, no. And I go, well, what do you mean? They don't be down about it. And he's like, well, they got to talk to the other manager, and then they said that they might call me back. So he got called in for a second interview, and of course they hired him. I'm proud of him. Please, I'm sorry, indulge me. It's my kid. Who doesn't love their kid? All right. Sorry, we shortchanged the sinkhole story. But 2 people, they were fine. They were in Lincoln, Nebraska, sitting in an intersection, and then all of a sudden, God's green earth collapses behind them, and they fall into a hole. It reminds me of one of the most horrifying sinkhole stories that I've ever had to deal with. And this brings me back to what I was saying. When I was a kid, if you had told me what the big problems in my adult life moving forward were going to be, it would be probably Bigfoot, killer bees, and a lot of people say quicksand, but I wasn't really all that worried about quicksand as a kid. Killer bees and Bigfoot were really also Bermuda Triangle. I mean, I didn't even want to go to Florida. I was like, no, too close to the Bermuda Triangle. So those were the things that freaked me out at 10 years old that I thought were, I'm going to have to prepare myself for being an adult, fighting killer bees every day. But the reality is it's fucking sinkholes, man. It's sinkholes and it's gas line explosions. Now that I'm a grown-up, also cardiac issues and brain aneurysms. But aside from health things, I mean, our homes are just pumped with gas. This is going to be something that in a couple hundred years, people are going to be like, those people were maniacs. They just pumped gas. I mean, it seems to work out okay, right? Very few of us have had our homes blown up, but sometimes it does. What's the other thing? And sinkholes. Sinkholes are a very real thing. I'm reminded of the story. This is the most horrifying sinkhole story I've ever heard. Kelly and I did it on the air, and I'm never going to forget it. It was a dude, a construction worker in Florida, and he was renting a house with 3 other dudes, 3 dudes probably in their 20s, work construction all day, come home from work, have a couple of beers. The boys are watching a game in the living room. Hey, keep it down. I'm going to go to bed. I had a hard day at the fucking construction site. So the dude goes into his bedroom and just plops onto his bed. You ever just fall onto your bed like, oh, I'm so tired. He fell into his bed. That triggered a sinkhole. He fell hundreds of feet under his house, broke his neck, dead, because his fucking bedroom collapsed. There was nothing under there. Now, in the case of the video we just saw, the story there in Nebraska, they fell about 6 feet. They were both able to climb out. Their cars got fucked, but holy shit, that's the world, man. We take shit for granted. We just assume that our roads are safe, that they're solid, that they're not going to collapse. Every time we get on a bridge, we assume that something horrible isn't going to happen. Be nice to people. Be nice to people is my point. Because you never know when your next breath is fucking your last breath. All right, what else? I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, we can talk about this. Yeah, we'll talk about. So I haven't seen Jeff in the chat room today. Jeff Ballard's, regular there in the chat room. But Jeff and I got into a bit of a conversation yesterday about. Hi, Joel. I didn't see Joel in the chat room. I got to say hi to him. Sorry, I'm distracted because I'm seeing something that I don't understand. All right, so Jeff Ballard and I got into a little bit of a debate. Not a debate. It turns out we were both on the same side. But it concerned this post. This was on Twitter yesterday. I want to show this with you guys. And I mean, I think it's an absurd post, and it got me, right? I fell for it. It triggered me, and it made me, I forwarded it and I talked to other people. So here's what the post says. Simply says, you're offered $15 million to do a line of coke. Would you do it? And I just forwarded it. I forwarded this with the add-on or the heading, what the fuck kind of question is this? Like, what the fuck kind of question is that? I'll give you $15 million if you do this line of coke. What was that? What were you going to say? Here's your 15 million. They wouldn't even have to finish the fucking sentence. 15 million. That's a question. If I were to give you $15 million, would you do this line of cocaine? Now, Jeff was like, well, it's a valid question. I don't mean to make fun of Jeff because Jeff's a smart guy, but it's just for this performance. Jeff's like, well, cocaine, what if it's fentanyl? Do we know where it comes from? And that just triggered me. I was like, would you fucking stop with the programming? Jeff is a guy who always pushes back on programming. But if I say to you, here's $15 million, will you do this line of coke? And you don't do it. You say no, because you're worried about fucking fentanyl. You're programmed. Because as I pointed out to him, millions of people do cocaine every fucking day, and millions of people do not die from fentanyl overdoses. Like maybe, I think I said 3 or 4. If 1 million people on a Friday night in America are in clubs or at parties or whatever doing coke, because that's probably about the amount, at least 1 million. That's a fair number. There are 1 million people who do cocaine every day in this country. There's probably 100 million who do weed every year. You know what I mean? There's probably 150 million who get fucking drunk every night after work. People do drugs in this country. Cocaine didn't go away because there's been a bunch of stories about laced fentanyl. Now, I don't do cocaine and would never do cocaine. And I preach to my kid about we don't sniff, we don't shoot, and we don't pop. We sip. Maybe we puff, but what are you puffing, right? Those are the rules. No sniffing, no shooting, no popping. But $15 million? Like, my argument is, how could you live with yourself for saying no? How could you live with somebody's like, here's a line of coke. I'll give you $15 million if you do it. And by the way, it's not like they're making you think it's fentanyl coke. It's just, here's a line of coke. I'll give you $15 million if you do it. So Jeff programmed, well, what about fentanyl? Don't worry. We're talking about $15 million. There's been 100 people in the last 5 years who we've heard about who died from fentanyl because they got bad cocaine. My point is this. It's not all the cocaine, okay? It's not all the cocaine. Lots of people are still doing cocaine every fucking night, and everybody ain't dying. And I would rather risk that, doing the coke, getting the 15 million, and then, hope I don't die of fentanyl. How about you just drive yourself straight to the to the hospital? You just do it. Take your 15 million, call a limo, and go to the emergency room and go, I just did some cocaine. Can you guys check and see if there's some fentanyl in there? Here's 10 grand. I'm suddenly super rich. How could you live with yourself? No, I don't want because I heard on Dateline that cocaine has fentanyl and you'll die if you do. Oh, shut the fuck up. That's like when I was early 20s. I remember watching something on 2020. I wasn't in my early 20s, probably in my mid 20s. 2020, remember that show? I don't even know if that's still on. We're watching 2020. It was me and some of my friends. And we were on ecstasy because we had just gotten ecstasy and we didn't know that you're supposed to go to a concert or whatever. We were just sitting around watching TV and somebody goes, I got some ecstasy, and we all did ecstasy. And we're all just watching TV. And we were watching 2020. And 2020 did a whole story, this particular night, right? I don't know, 2 things converged. This particular night, the whole story was about ecstasy and how if you do it, it's going to burn a hole through your brain. Like, that was the thing. You do ecstasy. These kids have done ecstasy. Now look at these MRIs of their brain. They've got holes in their brain from doing ecstasy. If you do ecstasy, you'll get a hole in your brain. Just like if you vape, you'll get popcorn lung. Everybody who vapes gets popcorn lung. That's programming. It happens. It's dangerous. You got to look out for these things, but it doesn't happen in every case. It doesn't even happen in the majority of cases. It happens in a very small. So, somebody offers you $15 million to do a line of cocaine, you better fucking do it. Because how could you live with yourself saying no? How could you go to bed 5 years from now with rent hanging over you and you don't have enough money for the kids' school or whatever? How could you lay in bed and go, all these problems could have gone away if I'd have just done one fucking line of blow back in 2026? On cocaine. It's not, as long as there isn't some time. As I said, cocaine itself isn't toxic. It doesn't kill you. Cocaine, it's bad because it is very addictive and people like it and they think this is how they lead. But it doesn't, on its own, it doesn't kill you. It's bad because it's being stepped on and it's being stretched and people are using, instead of, the classic filler for cocaine was always baby laxative, which is why if anybody did cocaine back in the day, you remember the next day you were on the toilet all day because it was baby laxative. But now they use other things, some aspirin, some fentanyl. Fentanyl is bad. I don't understand why they're using fentanyl if it's bad. But again, millions of people do cocaine. Millions of people do not die every day from fentanyl. So if anyone offers you $15 million to do a line of cocaine, please do it. And here's the most important part of that. If you have any reservations, fucking call me. Call me. Call me. Tell me where you are. I'll be right there. I will do that line of cocaine for $15 million. No questions asked. And then I will drive my ass directly to the emergency room to make sure that it doesn't have any fentanyl. That's what Jeff and I were arguing about on Twitter yesterday. If you want to follow me on Twitter, Pugs Moran, or you can go to Facebook, Pugs Moran. You can go to TikTok, Pugs Moran. You can go to Instagram, Pugs Moran. Hell, you just Google Pugs Moran and all of those platforms will come up. All right, now we've done a big show, 4 hours. I give you a 4-hour show today. You know why? Because I feel guilty because there is no show tomorrow. No show tomorrow. Taking tomorrow off. I got stuff. I got. It's not. It's. How about this? I love you. In this particular case, none ya. It's none ya. Maybe I'll let you know. Look. It's important. You know what? It's important to me that I not do a show tomorrow. Okay, that's all you need to know. But we will be back on Monday. I think Monday we're gonna start up Pledge Week. So we'll be looking for this month's Heidi. Oh my God. Yeah, I should say that too. Today's show was, of course, brought to you by Heidi, somebody who tipped the show to an extent that just blew my mind. I've never seen that before. She paid for the entire month in one fell swoop. Thank you so much to Heidi. But on Monday, we're going to have to start shaking our tin cup again because we've got to. We can't be doing that. We can't be trying to do our fundraising week 3 weeks into the month. We got behind and, so we'll start that on Monday. All right. I love you guys and have a good weekend. And what else? New Pit tonight. There's a new Pit that'll post on HBO. Also got a new JFK Jr. and Carolyn Bessett. You guys watching that? You guys watching? Ryan Murphy, the American Horror Story and all that stuff. Ryan Murphy's got a new series. I think it's on. I don't ever know where anything is anymore. Do you guys know where anything is anymore? I never know what anything's. I think it's on Hulu. I think that's maybe what it is. Ryan Murphy's got a new miniseries. It's called American Love Story. So if we're keeping track, he's got American Horror Story. He's got American Crime Story. Remember with like the Menendez brothers and Dahmer and all that. And now he's got the third anthology series that he does. And this is the debut. This is the first episode of American Love Story. And it focuses on the relationship between JFK Jr. and Carolyn Bessett, who back in 2000, 99, 2000, somewhere back then, died in a plane crash. They were flying out to the Kennedy compound. They died in a plane crash. They were very high-profile celebrity couple back then. I don't know that people in 2026 understand how popular, maybe not even popular, but high-profile and desirable JFK Jr. was. I mean, JFK Jr. was like Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, George Clooney, all those guys rolled into one without acting chops. He wasn't an actor, you know. He was just the son of a dead president who was exceptionally good looking and wealthy and charming. And, you know, JFK Jr., he could have done something. He really could have done something. I mean, he was, God, could you imagine 25 years later? Interestingly enough, you know who he was best friends with growing up? What cousin he was closest to? Bobby Kennedy Jr. That's right. Robert Kennedy Jr. I don't think they'd still be friends because I imagine that JFK Jr. would have stayed true to, you know. But yeah, they were friends. Anyway, it's really good. It's really good. And a couple of things that I wanted to mention. Caroline Kennedy. Caroline Kennedy is played by Grace Gummer, who is Meryl Streep's daughter. You know, I'm always obsessed with the nepotism. Grace Gummer is another incredible young actress. If you're unfamiliar with Grace Gummer, you'll probably recognize her. Like, you'll see her and you'll go, oh yeah, I've seen her in a bunch of stuff. She's good in everything. She's good in everything. And she looks very similar to her mom. Like, once you're looking at Grace Gummer and somebody goes, that's Meryl Streep's daughter, you go, oh, that's it. Oh, I see it now. Yeah. She's terrific. She plays Caroline Kennedy. But who I really like in the first couple of episodes is Naomi Watts as Jackie Kennedy. Naomi Watts plays Jackie Kennedy, I think, better than Natalie Portman played her. Wait, was it Natalie Portman who played Jackie and Jackie? I don't know. I didn't watch that movie. I tried to. I was kind of interested in it, but then it was so boring. I'm like, oh, this is a woman's movie. Oh, I get it. I thought this was going to be like a historical story about the former first lady. It's a woman. So I was bored by it. Anyway, those are the two things that I've got to watch tonight. The new episode of The Pit at 9:00, and then the new episode of Ryan Murphy's American Love Story, JFK Jr. and Carolyn Bessette. See, I told you I'm kind of gay. Like, I shouldn't like that. I shouldn't be. I'm a pretty, guy's guy. I'm pretty slovenly, and, I like beer and I belch and I stink. I could probably have better hygiene. I dig chicks. I like big knockers, all that stuff. And yet at the same, I like fucking race cars, all of that stuff. And yet I still like American Love Story, Ryan Murphy. I don't know what to tell you. I love rom-coms. I'm a big rom-com guy. Whenever anybody, that's, I think, the reason that I love Ted Lasso so much. Do you remember when I used to tell you that Ted Lasso is like the greatest show on TV? One of the reasons was because it was the first time that I ever saw a man say that rom-coms were cool. Remember that whole episode of Ted Lasso where he's like, I love rom-coms. I'm like, I love rom-coms. I fucking love rom-coms. There ain't nothing better than just, dude, I not only like rom-coms, I have been known to fall asleep on a Sunday afternoon to a Hallmark movie or like a Lifetime movie or something like that. Love the Christmas ones. I love every Hallmark or Lifetime Christmas movie has the same plot. It's a girl who works for an overbearing boss in New York who goes home to her small New England town at Christmas. It's always the same. Falls in love with the guy selling Christmas trees. Who turns out to be a prince. I literally think I'm describing the most recent movie that I've seen. Anyway, I love the rom-coms. See, there's parts of me that are gay. That part's gay. My penis ain't. That's probably the most important part to be if you want to be gay. But, I like rom-coms. Best rom-com of all time. The first rom-com of all time, When Harry Met Sally. What do you mean the first rom-com? Well, I do. I say that When Harry Met Sally was the first rom-com. Now, I know that there are other movies that fit the description of the genre of rom-com that existed for years. I mean, hell, Philadelphia Story. Jimmy Stewart, Cary Grant, and Katharine Hepburn. That was a fucking rom-com. It was made in 1945. We didn't have a name for it. But When Harry Met Sally was the first. So that's the best. Notebook is up there. Love me some Notebook. What else do I... Four Weddings and a Funeral. I really like Four Weddings. And if you guys ever seen that, and of course, Love Actually, that's my favorite Christmas movie. All right, there you go. You know enough about me now. We're done. We're out of here. We'll be back on Monday, guys. Thanks for giving me tomorrow off. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for being a dick because I told you at the start of the week that we were going to get 5 consecutive, but life gets in the way sometimes. And there are, believe it or not, more important things than to just scream at clouds for 4 hours. All right, guys, I'm out of here. You're the best. Bye.